A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, at the end of the second week of budgeting her household expenses, Jane Ace again had a $13 loss. She was doing pretty good and was about to show a $5 profit when she had to buy off Harry, the boyfriend of Laura the maid, with an $18 bribe if he'd go away and stop annoying Laura. Our scene now is evening at the Aces, and we find Jane and Mr. Ace in conference over the budget book as she goes into her third week of budgeting. Listen.
All right, I'm not arguing with you, Jane. If you think you did right in throwing away $18 on a stranger who doesn't mean anything to us, that's up to you. You're in charge of the money here at the house. This is your business. If you think that's a good investment, it's okay with me.
Then you'll give me the $13 to make up what I lost this week?
I'll give you more than that. I'll give you $25. That's your coming week's allowance.
Yes, but how about this $13 I lost this week?
10, 25. Here you are. $25, Jane.
Thanks, but I was talking about $13 I lost this week. You wouldn't give me that too, would you?
That's right.
What?
I wouldn't give it to you. Well, I've got to get back to the office and clean up some business tonight.
Well, what will I do about this grocery bill from last week?
I won't be too late. I should be back by 10 anyhow. Where's my hat?
Oh, you're changing the subject. I'm talking about this grocery bill from last week. How am I going to pay it? If I pay it all the $25 you just gave me, then I won't have enough for this week.
You're not afraid to stay home alone, are you, Jane? I'm sorry Marge isn't here, but I just have to get back to the office for a little work tonight.
I'm talking about this $13 loss. Come back, dear.
Oh, maybe that's Marge now. You'll have company. I hate to leave you here alone.
Good evening, Mr. Ace.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Benton.
I was hoping I'd find you home.
Well, you see, Mrs. Benton, I was just going down to the office to finish up some business I had.
Oh, I'm so sorry to detain you, but I just have to speak to you.
Well,
I'll try to be as brief as I can. It's so kind of you to listen to me, Mr. Ace, but I just had to... Oh, hello, Mrs. Ace.
Hello, Mrs. Benton. How are you?
Oh, pretty well.
That's good. I haven't seen you for a long time.
No, you haven't, and I guess it's my fault. I've been meaning to call you, but you know how it is.
Oh,
yes, I know. I've been meaning to call you, too.
Of course you have. I swear I don't know where the time goes.
Well, sit down, Mrs. Benton.
Oh, thank you. It's so nice, Mr. Ace, to talk to me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. You see, I have to get down to my...
Well, I'll be brief. Mr. Ace, I'm at my wit's end.
Mighty pretty country around there.
What?
What do you mean? What's the trouble?
Well, I wanted you to do me a favor. A little tiny favor.
What,
Well, I'll tell you. But first, I want you to promise not to breathe a word of this to Fred.
Oh, your husband doesn't know about this.
Oh, heavens no. I don't know what he'd say.
Well, what is it? I don't understand what...
Well, I'll tell you. Do you know the Friendly Loan and Finance Company?
The Friendly Loan and Finance?
Yes, you must have seen their advertisement.
Oh, yes, I think I...
Well, I went up there yesterday and asked to borrow some money. They did sound so friendly in the ad, you understand. Well, you can imagine my surprise when they put me through a list of questions, personal questions. Well, I was flabbergasted, but I made up my mind I'd go through with it, and go through with it I did. Well, finally he gave me a loan blank to fill out. And I must have the signature of 2 friends, business friends. Well, good friends, that sounded so easy. But when I got to thinking about which of my friends I could go to and not feel embarrassed, well, I was astounded. I finally did manage to think of 2, and you're one of them.
Me?
Of course, I know you're so busy and hardly have the time to bother with my petty little affairs. You'll just laugh yourself sick when I tell you how much I'm borrowing.
How much are you borrowing?
$100.
Sick.
There, what can I tell you? Now, Mr. Ace, if you'll just sign this note, I'll be more than grateful. I brought it along with me. Yes, here it is.
But Mrs. Benton, you see, I don't make it a practice of signing notes.
Oh, you don't need practice. It's so simple.
Well, in fact, I make it a rule never to sign any notes at all.
rule?
Yes, you see, in the real estate business, I need all the credit I can get at one time. No telling when I might need money.
But this won't take any of your money. All you have to do is sign the note. That's all.
Yes, I understand, but I'm sorry, Mrs. Benton.
Then you won't sign?
Well, I don't think I can. I'll tell you what, though. If you'll get the Friendly Loan and Finance Company to sign the note, I'll lend you the money.
If I'll get them to sign the note, Miss Race, I'm afraid you don't understand. You see, the Friendly Loan and Finance Company lends money. It doesn't sign notes.
Well, I won't be it either. I'm so sorry. I really got to be running along. I want to finish up some business. I'm glad to see you again, Mrs. Benton. Give my regards to Fred, will you? I'll try to be back early, Jane. Good night.
Good night, dear.
I never thought he'd turn me down.
Oh, he's in a very bad mood tonight. What was it you wanted him to do? I couldn't make heads or shoulders of what
It was only to sign this note.
What do you mean, note?
A note from a finance company. I want to borrow $100.
Oh, he wouldn't lend you $100. I tried to get him to give me $13 tonight, and he wouldn't.
You wouldn't have to give me the money. All you have to do is sign this note, and I can borrow it from this loan company. I never dreamed he'd turn me down.
You can borrow money from the company?
If I can get 2 people to sign this note, I can.
Borrow money. Could I borrow money?
Of course, my dear. But then you don't need to borrow.
Well, I don't know. The way I had to ask him for $13 tonight.
$13?
Yes, and he wouldn't give it to me.
But why should you need $13? I don't understand.
Well, it's on account of this budget I started.
A budget?
Yes, he was the one that got me to start
My dear, this isn't a coincidence.
It is?
It most certainly is. That's why I'm so desperately in need of $100. I have a budget. And Fred has told me once and for all that I must balance it myself. Well, I need $100 to balance it. And I know that if he finds I charge $100 worth of groceries and other things, well, he'll just... Well, you know.
Yes, I know. Isn't it awful the way they act? First they get us to start the budget, and then when it comes out with a loss, they get mad. That's what Mr. Ace is mad about tonight, the $13 loss I had this week. This is the second week I had a loss of $13. Last week was the first week I started the budget, so he just paid it for me. But he won't do it anymore, and I've got this grocery bill to pay.
You're disgusting.
Well, I know what I'll do. I'll just have to send the bill back to the grocery store and mark it insufficient funds.
Insufficient funds?
Well, what else can I do? He won't give me the money.
Insufficient funds. That may be an idea. Does it work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
Oh, you've never tried it. Well, I'm afraid it won't work, Mrs. Ace. I know so little about business, but somehow that doesn't sound right.
Well, I don't know what else I can do. I've lost $13 for 2 weeks now.
Oh, isn't it a problem?
Oh, that's not such a hard problem. 2 times 13,
It's plenty, my dear. And when you start to think that there's no telling how much of a loss you may have this next week or the week after, well, it's just baffling. And do you think I get any sympathy from Fred?
Do you?
Perish the thought, my dear.
All right.
He simply says he has his own business worries. He says I should run my house like he does his business.
Why, that's just exactly what Mr. A said to me.
Of course it is. They all say it. And when you get into trouble, just as we are now, well, they won't hear of it. Fred simply says he has his own business to worry about. And I say, well, what do you do when you need money? And he said, I borrow it. Well, that gave me the idea.
He borrows it.
Of course he does. They all do. All men are alike. When they need money in their business, they borrow it and balance their budgets that way. Well, what do they expect us to do? They expect us never to need money. Fred thinks that $40 a week's a fortune.
$40? I only get $25.
Well, of course, we have our son and my mother.
Oh, I see.
Well, if he'd try to run our home on $40 a week, you'd see how far he'd get. But try to talk to him. Here's a fit.
Yes, isn't it awful the way they act? Mr. Ace jumps around like a chicken with his head off.
They're positively cruel when it comes to money.
Oh, well, Mr. Ace isn't any Simone Legree, but he just doesn't understand where I can spend so much money. But there's always something extra all the time.
Of course there is. Now, this year there was a camel's hair coat I wanted to get.
Oh, but I don't have to pay for my clothes out of my allowance.
Oh, I don't either. But Fred didn't think I should have a camel's hair coat. He said I bought a coat last year. And if I wanted a camel's hair, I'd have to pay for it out of my allowance. Well, I did. And now when I run short on the house, he expects me to balance the budget. I simply needed the coat.
I bet you look marvelous in it.
Oh, I do. I simply had to have a sport coat. Sonny's on the track team. He's first year in high school, and he simply would not run unless I came to see him. Well, what could I do? Wear my Persian lamb?
I have a Persian lamb.
You have?
I got it last winter.
I did, too. I think they're so smart.
Oh, yes. Is the coat you're wearing a new coat?
Oh, my dear, this is simply a rag I threw on.
Oh, I think you look stunned.
Well, yes, his hair's held up well, I guess. I'm surprised I look like anything at all. What with Fred insisting I stay on this silly budget.
Have you had a budget long?
3 months. I don't see how I stood it. Fred simply won't give me another cent for the house. He says I'm to make both ends meet on the money he gives me. And when I try to reason with him, he says there's nothing he can do about it. He says he manages to run his business as economically as he can, and that I should find a way to run mine. Of course, that's easy to say. All he has to do is borrow money when he runs short. Well, a sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, I always say.
You do?
Of course I do. And that's why I went up to borrow this money. I can balance the budget as easily as Fred can his.
I wonder if I could borrow some money up there.
Of course you can. It didn't get two people to sign the note for you.
Oh, I think I could get somebody.
Oh, I wish I could.
So I could sign it for you.
You? My dear, you need $13 yourself. They wouldn't take your signature, especially if you're going up there to borrow.
Well, I might go up there. Do I just say I want to borrow $13?
Oh, my dear, I wouldn't just go to borrow $13. As long as you're borrowing, why not make it a good-sized amount? Like the 100 I'm borrowing.
But I only need $13 to pay off the groceries.
Well, but think ahead. Think of next week and the week after. You must be prepared.
Yes, I could borrow more of that, I guess. I never thought of borrowing. Or when do you have to pay it back?
Oh, you pay it by the month. Like this 100 I want to borrow. I have to pay it back 10 a month.
$10 a month. Well, that's not much.
Yes, it's not.
Oh, I know. I could get Marge to sign it.
Yes, she'd be all right if she'd be willing to sign it.
Oh, sure she would. Well, do you think I ought to tell her? I mean, I wouldn't want Mr. Ace to know I'm borrowing
I
it.
certainly wouldn't want Fred to find out about me. Still, I still feel I'm doing anything behind his back. After all, he says himself he borrows money when he needs it at the office.
Well, no wonder they always have a profit at their office. They borrow. You know, that was a marvelous idea, Mrs. Benton, borrowing money to make the budget come out.
Well, we won't wait for Jane to figure that one out.
Well, Casey, how are you coming along with that crossword puzzle?
Well, I'm stuck, Ethelbert, for a 7-letter name beginning with H, and it's a place in Ohio.
That's a tough one, Casey.
Not for me, boys, not for me.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, fellas. Yes, sir, the word you're looking for is Hocking. H-O-C-K-I-N-G. The Hocking Valley.
Hey, that fits. Hey, I get it. Anchor Hockey.
Oh, you said it, Casey. Anchor Hocking, the world's largest makers of household glass. Crime Photographer, brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Red Raincoat.
Night, about 9:30. Rain. Hard, pelting rain that has driven people indoors and left the streets deserted. At the corner, a bus stops. A woman alights from it. She wears a red, hooded raincoat that covers her head and most of her face. She turns into a side street lined with cheap walk-up apartment houses. Midway of the block, she's about to pass the entrance to an alley when, from its darkness, there's a gunshot. Then another, and another. The woman falls. On the street, brakes are hastily applied to a cruising taxi. As it comes to a skidding halt, the driver...
Police! 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 Take cover! I heard those shots. Where? From the alley, I think. I didn't see no one. Oh, this dame got it in the back. 3 bullet holes. Stay here, fellas. Don't let anybody touch her. I'm going to look in that alley. Get back, you people! Get back! This ain't a free show. There's been a murder here. Push him back, Paletti, so I'll have room to shoot a picture. I'm doing the best I can, Casey. Move, you folks, move.
That's better. There's one for page 1.
Now, that'll be all, Casey.
Well, look who's finally got here, my old pal Logan.
How often do I have to tell you that no press pictures are to be taken at the scene of a homicide until after the police photographers get through?
I've got a rotten memory, haven't I, chum?
By rights, I ought to take that camera away from you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't do that to me, not with all these people looking on.
Oh, not. You cops, push this mob back. Clear the block so we'll have room to move around. Sergeant! Yes, Captain.
Tell me what happened here.
Oh, I can tell you that, Logan.
Yeah?
The cab driver, that little guy over there, heard 3 shots fired from the alley here and saw this gal in the red raincoat fold up on the sidewalk.
Yeah?
A uniformed cop, this guy right here, heard the shots, too, searched the alley and found nothing. Well, all the rest is up to you.
What does Doc's report show, Sergeant?
He said the woman was killed instantly, Captain. One of those bullet holes is in line with the heart. Of course, he can't be sure it followed that line through her body until she's turned over.
Now, don't do that or my tech men get through.
No, sir.
Anyone find out who the woman is?
Not yet, sir. When we can go through her pockets, we'll probably find something that'll...
Ann Williams is circulating through that crowd, Logan, trying to locate someone who might know... Say, here she comes now with a fat face.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Casey, this lady thinks she recognizes the dead woman.
Well, that's swell, Andy. If you can identify her, lady, your picture will be in the paper.
Say, I happen to be in charge here.
Oh, excuse us, Logan.
Who do you think the dead woman is, lady?
Well, as I was just telling this young newspaper woman, officer, I can't be sure because the poor thing is lying on her face. But I'm almost positive that's the body of Nora Gellhorn, because she had a red raincoat exactly like that. She's the only woman in this neighborhood who'd wear anything so flashy. And I've got a notion that a certain person wanted her out of the way.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Well, her husband, officer, has been carrying on something disgraceful with another woman. Mrs. Gellhorn told me that herself. And she wasn't the sort who'd let a man divorce her just because he happened to fall in love with somebody else. So I think...
That her husband shot her?
Oh, I know it's an awful thing to say, mister, but from the goings-on I've heard about it, I think he's been planning to put her out of the way for a long time. As I was saying to my eldest daughter, Eloise, only last night...
Where do these Gellhorns live?
Oh, over there in the corner building on this side of the street. That's number 371, apartment 4C. I live in the apartment house next door. I'm Mrs. Patch, Mrs. Ida Patch. I said to my eldest daughter only last night
Excuse me, Mrs. Patch. Who's the other woman in this case, the one you say Gellhorn's been carrying on with?
Oh, her name's Randall, Emma Randall. She and her husband live in the same building as the Gellhorns. Their apartment's directly across from mine.
Hey, wait a minute. This Emma Randall has a husband?
Yeah, poor man. Hey, you know, he stands in the way of Ferris Gellhorn's plans, too, so if you policemen don't act fast and put that murderer behind bars...
We'll act fast, Mrs. Patch, if a checkup shows that your story is okay.
Oh, you'll find it's true, all right. I'm not the only person in this block who's been expecting a thing like this to happen.
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
The photographers and tech men are finished. You can examine the body now.
Come on, Mrs. Patch. I want you to make your identification positive.
Oh, I hate to look at the poor thing. Oh, well, Captain, I know my duty.
Will you turn the body over, Doctor, so we can see the face? Thanks.
She wasn't a bad-looking gal, Annie.
Nope. Kind of pretty.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Patch?
Wait. That isn't Nora Gellhorn.
It isn't?
No, that's Emma Randall.
The woman you said Gellhorn was in love with?
Yeah, but that's Nora Gellhorn's raincoat. I'm sure of it now that I see it close.
Since Mrs. Gellhorn isn't inside of it, you'll have to revise your theory. I guess you don't think Gellhorn would shoot the woman he's in love with.
No, he was crazy about Mrs. Randall. He wouldn't shoot her.
Too bad, Logan. For a few minutes it looked as though you had a sweet suspect in a case that was half sewed up.
Well, it may still be that way. Mrs. Patch, what kind of a guy is Randall, this dead woman's husband?
Well, he's a nice, quiet kind of
quiet
man.
kind,
yeah.
huh? Did he know about his wife and Gellhorn?
Oh, he must have. Everybody knew.
He sounds like the answer, Casey. This guy Randall stood all he could, then waited for his wife tonight and paid her off.
James Randall wouldn't do that. He couldn't have done it.
I'm afraid that's something you can't be sure of, lady.
But I am sure. Mr. Randall hasn't been outside of his apartment since early this evening. He was inside it when I heard shooting down here on the street.
How do you know he was inside?
Well, his living room window was just across the court from mine. One of his shades was up a few inches, and I saw him over there, lying on the couch.
You saw him?
Well, just by accident, of course. I never spy on my neighbors.
Well, that's that, Logan.
Yeah.
But there's another possible angle.
What?
That red raincoat. Mistaken identity.
Gellhorn may have thought he was shooting his wife.
That's it, Annie.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Mrs. Patch, you're sure this is Mrs. Gellhorn's raincoat?
Oh, I'm positive. I recognize it by those peculiar buttons and that little mended place on the right shoulder.
Well, have you any idea why Mrs. Randall should have been wearing it?
Well, I suppose Nora Gellhorn lent it to her.
Weren't they enemies?
Well, not outwardly. Like most jealous women, they made believe they were friends. Would have made things kind of difficult if they didn't, seeing as they not only lived in the same house, but worked in the same restaurant.
Worked in the same
restaurant? Yeah,
restaurant?
Harley's Grill. They're both waitresses there.
Do you know if Mrs. Gellhorn or her husband are home now?
No, I don't. Their windows aren't on my side of the house.
That's too bad.
Let's find out for ourselves, Logan.
We will, Casey. Sergeant, take charge here.
Yes, sir.
Have Martin take Mrs. Patch down to headquarters and get a complete deposition from her.
Oh, I'd much rather go with you, Captain.
You and the captain can get together later, Mrs. Patch, but I'll shoot that picture of you now.
For the paper, Mr. Casey?
The best paper in town.
Oh, goodness, I look just a fright in this old coat on account of rain. I didn't get...
Fine clothes on you would only gild the lily.
Oh, Mr. Casey.
Well, now, just stand just as you are. Hold that bewitching smile. That does it.
You want to take another?
If he does, he's staying here without me. Come on, Miss Williams.
I'll take more shots of you later, Mrs. Patch. Coming, Logan.
With prices mounting everywhere, here's a fact that's worth noting. Right now, on the shelves and counters of your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, you will find a wide variety of pale blue Fire King oven glass dishes at prices far lower than you would have paid for any baking dish a few years ago. And each piece of Fire King oven glass, regardless of price, is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Now is a good time to replace your worn-out kitchen utensils with new and beautiful, easy-to-clean and easy-to-keep clean Fire King oven glass. Remember that Fire King oven glass is not only a sturdy, dependable friend in the kitchen, it is also an adornment to your table. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Try to pull yourself together, Mr. Randall. I'm sorry we've had to bring you such rotten news.
And my wife. Dead.
Tough, fella.
Please let me go to her. I got to see her.
Not now.
Later, pal.
Yeah, but she's lying down there in the street, you say, in the rain.
They'll have taken her away by now, Mr. Randall. You can go to her when you get a little more used to the idea of what you'll have to see.
Maybe that'll be better. Who killed her, Captain? Who shot my wife?
Well, we hope you may be able to help us find that out.
I don't know. I can't help you.
Before we came to you, we stopped at the Gellhorn's apartment. Nobody was home.
Why'd you stop there?
Well, we want to meet Mr. Gellhorn especially. He a friend of yours?
He's a neighbor.
I see.
You've been talking to people, Captain. Someone's been telling you things.
Oh, frankly, yes. Randall, do you think...
No. Ferris Gellhorn would be the last man in the world who'd kill my wife.
That wasn't the question I meant to ask you. You think he's the sort who'd kill his own wife?
I don't know.
Now, when you let us in here, Mr. Randall, you said you'd been asleep.
Yeah, I was tired and I came home from work and I lay down on the couch there.
What time was that?
It was around 6:30, Mr. Casey. I slept until your knock at the door woke me up.
There was plenty of daylight when you fell asleep. Around 6:30, Mr. Randall. Why did you turn the electric lights on then?
The light?
Yeah. We saw a crack of light under the door before we knocked and woke you up.
Well, you see, when my wife was working late, Mr. Casey, I always turned the light on for her if I was going out or going to sleep. You see, she hated to come home to a dark apartment.
Will you keep your big mouth shut, Casey, and let me handle this?
It was a question we wanted answered, wasn't it?
Well, I'd have asked the question, and I'll check on the answer. Now, you attend to your job and let me attend to mine.
Okay, I'll take some pictures.
Now?
Well, Morning Express readers will want to know what the dead woman's apartment looks like. That'll be a good shot of this living room. Now I'll get one of the bedrooms.
Yeah.
Mr. Randall, you must try to pull yourself together. You just must.
Yeah, I'll do my best, Miss Williams.
How long had you been married, Randall?
8 years.
When did you and your wife meet the Gellhorns?
Well, about 2 years ago, Captain.
What sort of a fellow is Gellhorn?
I hate the guys inside. He's a lousy wolf and a double-crosser. But if you suspect him of her murder, I know you're wrong. He wanted her to live. He didn't want her dead.
This man sounds like a square shooter, Captain.
Yeah, he does, Miss Williams.
Check me down on that, too.
So you're back again, Casey.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to miss anything.
Who's there?
Plenty, Captain.
Come in.
We found Mrs. Gellhorn.
Oh, is this?
I'm Nora Gellhorn, Captain. This officer came to the restaurant for me. He told me why.
Sit down, Mrs. Gellhorn. I've got to ask you some questions.
Just a minute, please. Jim.
Yeah, Nora.
You know I didn't like your wife. I had plenty of reason not to, but Now, I'm very sorry for you.
Thank you.
Now, Captain, what did you want to know?
Well, first, Mrs. Gellhorn, did you lend Mrs. Randall the raincoat she wore tonight?
Yes, I did. It was pouring when she got through work, and she didn't even have an umbrella with her. I was working late tonight in another girl's place, and I figured the rain had stopped by the time I finished, so I said take my coat.
And you remained at the restaurant after Mrs. Randall left there, Mrs. Gellhorn?
Yes, I did.
I checked, and Mrs. Gellhorn was in the restaurant when Mrs. Randall was shot, Captain.
Okay, Paletti.
Mrs. Gellhorn.
Yes,
You said you worked late tonight in another girl's place?
that's right.
And do you usually come home at the same time as Mrs. Randall?
Usually.
Did your husband expect you at the usual time tonight?
I guess so. I didn't bother to tell him. He doesn't care when I come home or if I come home.
That looks like the payoff, Casey.
Yeah.
You know where your husband is tonight, Mrs. Gellhorn?
He told me he was going to the movies.
What theater?
I don't know. You might find him at any of the neighborhood theaters, except the 4th Avenue. He went there last night to see Lost Holiday.
We'll pick him up. Sergeant Flanagan's posted guys at all the theaters around here, Captain. And that Mrs. Patch gave us a first-class description of Gellhorn.
So Mrs. Patch is the one who's been telling you cops things.
She told us nothing that you and Mr. Randall haven't verified, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Oh, all right, then. My husband has been two-timing both me and Jim Randall here. But if you've got an idea that he killed Emma, you're wrong.
I've told him that, Nora. Well, Mrs. Gellhorn, do you think he'd have liked you out of the way and Randall here, so he and Mrs. Randall would be free to get married?
Well, sure he'd have liked that, but I know that he wouldn't.
Come in.
We've got Gellhorn, sir.
I'm all ready for him, Sergeant.
He's downstairs. You want him brought up here?
Yeah, wait a minute. He hasn't been told anything.
Oh, not a word, sir.
Where'd you get him?
Coming out of the 4th Avenue Theater.
4th Avenue?
He said he'd seen the show there, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Well, I thought he had last night. I can't understand.
I can. Go into that bedroom, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Into the bedroom?
For just a few minutes. Close the door and don't come out till I call you. Then come out quick.
All right, I'll do it, but I don't...
Okay, Sergeant. Have Gellhorn brought up.
Yes, sir. The captain will see him up here, Pete. Come on.
The old surprise treatment for Gellhorn, Logan.
Yeah. His reaction when he sees his wife alive is all I need now.
Certainly looks as though...
Everything fits. Even the theater where they picked him up. He'd seen the picture there, so he could describe every part of it that was shown while he was waiting in that alley.
He went there after the shooting to establish an alibi.
Sure, Mr.
Sure he is, Captain.
Bring him in.
You don't have to, Joe.
I'm Captain Logan Gellhorn.
So you're the boss of these monkeys who've been putting a muscle on me. What's the big idea?
We're simply doing a little investigating, Mr. Gellhorn.
Investigating what? And why here? Randall, what's your part in this? Why have I been brought to his apartment?
I'll explain, Gellhorn, if you need an explanation after... Lady, come out of that bedroom. You in that bedroom, come out.
Nora.
Think you're looking at a ghost, Gellhorn?
What's my wife doing here?
She's the last person you expected to see, isn't she? You thought she was dead.
Why,
Yes, so wipe that phony look of innocence off your face. The woman who wore your wife's red raincoat tonight was Emma Randall.
Huh?
She's dead.
Emma's dead?
Yes, Gellhorn, with 3 bullets in her back that you put there.
I
get it now, Captain. He mistook her for me in my raincoat.
He killed my wife. Let me at him. I'll tell him. Take it easy, boy. I'm done, Captain.
Before I get a picture. What's this all about?
You know, Gellhorn. I'm arresting you on a charge of murder.
Me? Murder?
Got a shot of that, too.
All right, boys. Let's get him back to headquarters.
Well, you can't do this. You don't know what you're doing.
Well, come on, Casey. This case is all sewed up. Let's get our stuff to the paper.
Okay, Annie. But I wonder
What?
if this case is sewed up right.
After what you and Miss Williams have told me, Casey, I can't see any doubt of that fella Gellhorn's guiltiness.
There isn't any doubt, Ethelbert, except in Casey's much too active imagination.
Oh, Annie, you closed your mind like Logan.
Oh.
You two had so completely sold yourselves on Gellhorn's guilt before you saw him that nothing could unsell you. It didn't mean a thing to you, for instance, when Logan's big surprise act laid an egg.
Oh, that.
Gellhorn didn't act as if he was looking at a ghost when his wife stepped out of that bedroom.
Well, so what? He probably got a flash of Emma Randall's face after he shot her, realized the big mistake he made, and was all prepared.
Well, that's possible, yeah. You know, Mrs. Gellhorn took longer than she should have to come out of that bedroom. And then she looked more nervous than her husband. I'd like to know why.
Oh, Casey, you're trying to make something out of such little things.
The parts of the case fit too smoothly, Annie, as though they'd been oiled by somebody. But I can't figure it out. Oh, nuts.
You know, this Gellhorn business is a lot like another murder I read about. It happened over in England.
And that's the Haslington murder, yeah.
Haslington was the name of the gal who got shot. You know about it, huh?
Yeah, Ethelbert.
Oh, that's a famous old-timer, Ethelbert. Happened before any one of us were born.
It was all news to me when I read it a couple of months ago in a detective magazine. They called it The Case of the Sable Cloak.
Case of the Sable... Yeah, detective magazine would. Say, you know, I promised to show you those pictures I took last night that the paper didn't have space for.
Yeah, I'd like to see them.
Here's a print of the Randall living room. This is the bedroom, and here's Mrs. Patch.
And will she be sore because the picture didn't make the paper? She's the woman who gave us the lead on Gellhorn.
Ain't she a funny-looking old dame? Look at the...
Yes.
She's a dangerous old dame, I'll tell you. Say, wait a minute. Give me that picture I took of the bedroom.
What?
I noticed it before, but it didn't register. Look at the pillows on the bed.
Well, they're just pillows.
Yeah, but they're on top of the bedspread, uncovered.
I don't
Randall's alibi, Annie.
What?
And, now, wait a minute. Look at this picture of the living room. The window shades are pulled to within a few inches at the bottom. Now, that narrow space is all Mrs. Patch had to look through when she saw Randall lying on the couch.
What have pillows in the bedroom got to do
That's
with...
what I'd like to know.
Ethelbert, you say you read about the Haslington murder in a recent magazine. Was the magazine True Murder Chronicles?
Yeah, but it was called The Case of the Sable Cloak. What does it?
You've been a great help to me tonight, pal, and to Ferris Gellhorn. Come on, Annie. We're going to pay another call on Emma Randall's husband.
Well, okay, Casey, but I'd still like to know...
So would I. But what was the... Oh, they always do that to me.
Who's that?
Casey, Mr. Randall, and Miss Williams. May we come in? It's important.
Just a minute.
Casey, how are you going
You'll soon know, Annie. A door just closed inside there.
So what? I don't know why you haven't told me all you
I've
think.
been too busy thinking to tell you anything.
Okay.
Come in.
Thanks, Randall.
Sit down, Miss Williams.
Thank you.
Casey.
I'll rest on my feet, thanks.
What have you come to see me about?
New evidence in your wife's murder.
New evidence?
Yeah. Gellhorn didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
Say, it's awful stuffy in here. You mind if I lift this shade and raise the window a little?
Since you're already doing it.
Thanks. Randall, you ever read a story called The Case of the Sable Cloak?
No.
It's funny. It was published only a few months ago in True Murder Chronicles. And I noticed several issues of that magazine here last evening.
Well, those magazines belong to my wife. I never read them.
Oh, I see. Well, this particular story told about a rich Englishman who fell hard for a gal named Haslington. He wanted to marry her, but he had a wife. His wife owned a sable coat, and one night he shot and killed a woman who was wearing that coat, but the woman had borrowed it from his wife, and the woman was Miss Haslington.
Well, that's like Gellhorn and Emma.
Yeah. The cops were pretty sure to remember the famous Haslington case if a similar murder occurred and to jump to a conclusion based upon it, see? If everything was previously arranged to point that way. Don't you think so?
I don't know.
Oh, sure you do.
I tell you,
Now, the guy who really murdered your wife was fairly smart. He started to point suspicion toward where he wanted to fall soon after that magazine story gave him his big idea. And he figured a pretty fair alibi. He even had an excuse for a light to burn when it shouldn't have, so he could be seen in a place where he wasn't.
What are you driving at?
After the murder, he continued to play smart. He denied his belief in Gellhorn's guilt while constantly pointing the finger at him. And he got rid of the clothes he'd worn out in the rain. I looked for them while I was in your bedroom last night.
You're accusing me?
Because you slipped up on a little detail last night, and because tonight the two of you made a bigger mistake.
Keep away from that door.
Come out of that room, Mrs. Gellhorn. Come out.
All right. Here I am.
You shouldn't have let your murder partner come here to talk things over, Randall. And you shouldn't have hidden her so clumsily before you let us in.
He knows, Nora. He knows everything.
Shut up, Jim. He wouldn't have known anything if you hadn't said that.
It doesn't matter now, does it?
Yes, it does. Don't make a move. Ooh. Means you too, Miss Williams.
Is that the gun your boyfriend used to kill his wife with?
If it is, you'll never prove it.
Nora, what are you going to do?
The only thing to do, Jim. Kill these people. They know you killed your wife and that I helped you. They can send us to the chair.
You'll never get away with it.
We'll tell the police you broke in here and I shot you in self-defense.
Just a second, Mrs. Gellhorn. I want to go on living. And I've arranged things so I will.
How do you mean?
You've forgotten. I opened that window.
Window? Mrs. Patch.
She's been getting an eyeful and an earful.
I'll have you know, Mr. Casey, that I only happened to be at this window by accident.
I believe you, Mrs. Patch. Give me that gun, Mrs. Gellhorn. Thank you. Now, you two smart killers, sit down and wait for the cops. Go on, Randall. Phone headquarters, Annie.
Okay, Casey. After I phoned City Desk. Oh, but wait a minute. You still haven't told me why those pillows on the top of the bed made
We'll
me
go
sick.
over to the Blue Note, Annie, and I'll tell you all about it.
All right.
Oh, Mrs. Patch.
Yeah?
I guarantee that your picture will be in the Express tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Casey!
Food supplies still present a picture of confusion. Many of the old established brand names are scarce. Many new names appear on your grocer's shelves. Under the circumstances, how can you be sure of getting the quality you want? May I make this suggestion? First, look for a name you know. And second, and especially when in doubt, buy glass-packed foods. For the glass container in itself is a guarantee of quality. Being transparent, only the best can be packed in glass. Only the best is packed in glass. Anchor glass containers and tamper-proof anchor caps, so widely used for the packaging of better foods, are products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Now, back to Casey and Ann at the Blue Note Cafe.
This Randall and Mrs. Gellhorn planned the killing so they could be free to tie up with one another, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert, yeah.
You still haven't told me what you had on Randall when you went to his place, Casey.
I didn't have anything, except the Haslington case you'd mentioned.
You mean the case of the sable cloak?
Okay, pal, the case of the sable cloak.
I think that's a nice title.
I only had that, a hunch about those bed pillars, and a hope that Randall would crack up and make an admission.
Yeah, what was your hunch about them bed pillows?
Well, I figured Randall might have rigged up a dummy to fool Mrs. Patch. That all she really saw were his pants and shirt stuffed with pillows.
And that was all she saw, too, Ethelbert. When Randall came back after the shooting, he got out of his wet clothes, put on the dry ones that had covered the dummy, and tossed the pillows back under the bed. But a little too carelessly.
What'd he do with the clothes he'd worn out in the rain?
Put them in Gellhorn's apartment. They belonged to Gellhorn. Randall had even worn his things.
Say, he and that Mrs. Gellhorn thought of almost everything.
Yes, Ethelbert. Almost everything.
You know, Casey, it's like my sister Edna says, quote, anything that's not worth doing is not worth doing well. Yeah, unquote.
Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Stotts Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey created by George Harmon Cox. It's lighter, more compact. It requires no deposit, no return to the store. We're talking about that famous Anchor glass beer and ale bottle pioneered by Anchor Hocking. It will shortly be released for civilian use. Watch for it. The new Anchor Glass one-way, no deposit bottle, a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Our cast included Miss Leslie Woods as Ann Williams and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The Blue Note pianist was Herman Chittison, and the original music was by Archie Blyer. Crime Photographer is brought to you each Thursday at this time by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Tony Marvin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One reporting in service. Starting mileage 9359. 9359.
10456. Are you on a station call or are you going on patrol?
56, we're on routine patrol, no code 6.
10456. 6:07 p.m. In service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. And right now you're riding in Detective Unit 56. And that was Sergeant Ron Perkins just reporting us in service on the night watch. And as you ride with us tonight, be sure to remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 56, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
56 to 1, come in.
Control 1 to 56, go ahead.
56, on the corner of Georgia and Sepulveda, we have a traffic accident here. You send a uniformed car down, we'll advise if an ambulance is needed.
10456.
Just a split second ago, a car going in the opposite direction seemingly lost control and smashed broadside into a parked car. Now, we've gone by the scene and are waiting now for a break into traffic so we can flip a U-turn and get back there. Just looking back, the highway is crowded with traffic, people running. There's dust and smoke still settling between the cars. Like all accidents, it happened so quick we just glanced up and there it was. Yeah. Flipping that turn now. Now we made it. Well, this is a detective unit. We don't have any red light. Normally, as a matter of fact, we don't even handle traffic, but we sort of inherited this one, so to speak. That is until the uniform car gets here. Here we are. Now we're sliding in behind.
Kirk, let's pick up those entries. John, will you throw some flares out there in the back?
Yeah, we'll do. Get in the compartment here, get some flares out. Let's get a couple of these. Get out here on the street. Get these flares out here before someone piles into the back of the car. We'll really have a mess out here. It's right on the curb. Kind of a dangerous spot. So while we're getting these things started, Sergeant Perkins and a couple of citizens are carrying a young woman out of the car, laying her down on the sidewalk. I see the sergeant hustling back to the car. Let's get over there and see what that's all about.
56 to 1, TA at Georgia and Sepulveda. We need an ambulance.
456, happens. We'll roll.
Heard that, Kirk? Haven't checked it out yet, Don. Let's get back over there.
Yeah. Woman
lying on the sidewalk. Citizens giving up food for a pillow. White-faced, gasping for air.
No. She was complaining of a heart attack or something like that.
Now, she had one right here, and I threw the blanket around and put a pillow in her.
All right, I'll tell you, we might work that down a little bit, get some blood up in there if we can. You gotta put the jacket just underneath her head here. I'll get an inhalator down here.
Need another jacket? Let's get back to the car now.
561 request the inhalator at this location. The person's had a heart attack down here.
5-6, Roger. Pulling in. Another one of our units coming over here. Comes the uniform car coming in to assist. Our officers now are throwing out flares at the traffic stop. Over his hand with a blanket. Possibly suffered a heart attack. A car apparently lost control, smashed into a car along the park curb. Cars are completely accordioned, if there is such a word. Put it mildly, they're smashed up. Apparently this woman has fainted. Let's acknowledge that call. 5-6, 10-4.
Let's get back to the victim lying here in the street.
Anybody have any blankets? I got this blanket's all I got.
Bundling up the victim. Keep her from going into shock.
It started to spin it.
Just be quiet.
It started to spin it. It started to spin.
Victim gesturing with her hand, trying to explain that the road, landscape started to spin. Reason for the accident. Inhalator should be along in just a moment.
She just fainted against her. Way off in the distance now, I can hear the wail of the siren of our fire department inhalator squad rolling. Rolling in now. I'm not sure whether this is the inhalator or the ambulance. Difficult to tell from here. Just a blur of red lights. The inhalator. Moving out now. The firemen are manning the oxygen. Now they're applying oxygen to the victim here. Officers moving everyone back, give the firemen an opportunity to do everything they possibly can to get oxygen to this young lady before the ambulance arrives.
First, we have that inhalator, that rescue truck turned down a little bit. Okay, bring it. Before we're waiting for Faith, I'll put it on the inhalator.
Had been using the resuscitator. That forces the victim to breathe. Since she is conscious, switching over to inhalator. That means she can inhale the oxygen on her own.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's quite all right, man. Nobody's going to
Ambulance rolling in.
You all right now? Yeah, I will. Okay. I know.
Get out of the street. Got ambulance in there.
Ambulance crew sliding the victim on the stretcher.
Better give some more oxygen on the way out. Victim's passed out again. Hurriedly putting her into the ambulance. Get her for the oxygen again. Ambulance taking off. A look in the back of the ambulance out here on the street. I can see them quickly applying more oxygen. The oxygen mask is on the victim. So, there they go.
Chuck, you fellows can finish up the report here. I suggest you contact your family.
Hey, you know the woman that was putting blankets around the victim? I was a little worried about her, too. It looked to me like she was going to have a baby before long.
It's a good observation, Don. You keep it up, you're going to make Detective Bureau yet.
5-6 to 1 on that PA at Georgia and Sepulveda. 5-1 will handle. We're clearing back on patrol.
10-4, 5-6. 5-6, stand by. 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
5-6, 5-4 is requesting a detective unit at Jefferson and Doheny Drive. That's Jefferson and Doheny Drive, holding a 211 strong-arm suspect. Your call is code 2.
5-6, Roger, we're rolling.
Strong-arm robbery suspect. Gee, we haven't had one of those in a long time.
No, but we've got one now.
Yeah. It's been about a 10-minute run down here. The location of this scene should be, just about the next corner. In fact, that's it, directly ahead. There's a crowd gathered along the sidewalks. The flasher lights of one of our uniformed cars right here in the street. We're moving in behind. Here we are. Here's a quick picture. Leaning against the police car, man covered with blood. In the back seat, suspect handcuffed. Officer Ted Krause coming over. His partner Blumenstein guarding the prisoner. Let's see what it's all about.
Gettysburg was where we got beating up this fellow in the front seat. They had a pool game, and the other fellow washed on the bed, and he ran out of the place, and he shot him here in the corner. Got on top of him, and he was beating him. When we came up, he was on top of him, beating him with his fist. The guy's all full of blood. He's cut up inside, too, I think. No.
Going over to the car. Let's check the suspect accused of this beating. Big fellow, young, 18, 19 years. Strange, weird look on his face.
He talked me into playing pool. You know me. You know how much what I play in there. I never played pool in my life. 2 times in my life I played pool. Isn't that right? I'm always playing billiards, snooker, or golfer. Isn't that right? He talked me into it. And I said, for nothing. I started playing with him, and he talked me into playing for $5 and a dime. I played him. I beat him. He didn't even pay time. He just walked out. The man that owned the place ran and caught him right there, got the money from him. I turned him around to get the money, and he swung on me. I swung on him. He swung on me. Like, I don't go around looking for no beef. I don't look for no trouble. But when it comes, I'm game. I can take care of myself as well as anybody. But I don't go looking for beef. This is what happens every time. Last time I lost a new suit.
Going around to the front.
Suit that I couldn't afford.
Here's an added note. The first impression that the suspect had been drinking. However, there's no alcohol on his breath, despite his somewhat erratic manner. And here's the victim leaning against the fender. Short, heavy build, white shirt covered with blood. Face severely cut.
Have you been drinking anything? Oh, drink? Yeah. No, sir. I haven't been drinking. No. How's your jaw feel?
And it's swell awful bad.
Swell awful bad. Any teeth broken?
No, I don't think it's teeth broken. It's in the lip. No,
we got an ambulance on the way. We'll pick his doctor and sir. He's in the hospital with him. We'll get the
It's very noisy out here on the street. Meanwhile, the suspect is kicking up a verbal storm over here.
Well, it's no reason to commit assault and battery on the man. Gambling is not legal.
I was
You can't
protecting
collect
myself,
on that.
sir.
You weren't protecting yourself when you were laying on top of him, beating him in the street here. What do you take his wallet for?
He ordered to me,
He was
sir.
the one that was protecting himself. He was laying there in a brawl while you were beating him.
I've got witnesses, sir.
We got
They
one that
seen
came
it.
up and saw you beating the guy.
What kind of a chance do I have against you?
Ambulance just rolled in. We'll go back to headquarters later and check the suspect, but right now let's get over to the hospital and see how seriously the victim is hurt. We're in the operating room here at the hospital, and the victim is stretched out on the table. Background, doctor and nurse preparing instruments. The uniformed officers are taking the report.
He knew that to begin with, see. I didn't. I told him I'd just pay for the game just for the fun of it, see.
Did you pay for the games?
Yeah. Yeah, I paid for
You
it.
paid for his games, too?
Yeah, paid for mine and his. Just scratch food.
Mm-hmm.
I never bet him a nickel. I never made a bet with him. Not one.
Have you had a drink tonight?
No, I haven't had a thing to drink.
You haven't had a
No,
drink?
I never drank anything. No. No, I never.
You haven't had a thing to drink?
No.
Okay.
That is right, exactly.
What did he say to you when he came outside?
Well, he said I owed him $1.05.
He said you owed him $1.05?
Yeah.
For
And
what?
I never made him a bet, see.
Yeah.
That's when he jumped me across the street right there. See, I never hit the kid, and I never touched him.
Mm-hmm.
I never put my finger on him.
He jumped and started beating you there?
Yeah.
When did he take the wallet from you?
Huh?
When did he take your
In the
wallet?
street, when I was down in the street.
He took it out of your pocket?
Yeah.
What do you think he hit you with? His fist, or did he have some other instruments he hit you with?
Oh, I don't know, dude, what he hit me with.
Has he been drinking?
I don't know. I never seen him take it.
Did he drink it all while you were playing pool?
He didn't drink anything while I was drinking. I mean, while I was playing. Oh.
You didn't see him drink anything?
Well, I look like the very devil, don't it? Look here. Boy, they really doused me up a little bit, I'll tell you that for sure.
That more or less fills in that side of the report. The doctor is coming now to start work on the victim. So, let's get back to police headquarters.
I never hit anybody.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch.
CBS. Radio. I like it best. Radio. I like those CBS radio shows.
If you're sitting at home,
If you're out in the car,
CBS Radio's where you are. CBS Radio.
And now we return you to police headquarters where an investigation is underway, and to police recorder Don Reed.
That's pretty obvious. We got a case against him.
Here in the office of Sergeant Perkins, the arresting officers Krause and Blumenstein are going over the report.
What did you observe? What happened?
We were eastbound on Culver Boulevard, and as we approached, he bent the victim's arm up behind his back. He had the victim lying down in the street, and bent his arm up behind his back, and we saw him take his wallet out of his rear pocket. Louis can tell you more about that.
Oh, were you driving too?
I was driving, yeah.
I thought there was some drunk fell off the curb or something and needed help, but we got closer there and I saw his blood on the street, and this fellow was taking the wallet out of the other fellow's pocket that was down. So the cop told him he released the fellow, and we went over and placed him under arrest, put him in the car. Still had the wallet in his possession. And we went back to the victim there. He was still laying on the ground and thought he was hurt pretty bad, so we called an ambulance.
How badly hurt was he?
Well, it looked pretty bad at the scene, but when we got to the doctor, he had 3 cuts. It took 5 stitches in the head.
Had he been drinking? Did you notice at all? I mean, could you tell?
The doctor said he wasn't drinking.
He was not drinking?
No.
This fellow here give you any trouble at all?
No, he was very cooperative all the way through.
Well, as you know, he's been in trouble before. and he's had a back injury. In fact, he broke his back, stole a car, and was chased by the Texas Highway Patrol. Broke his back in an accident, and he uses narcotics under prescription to ease the pain.
Yeah, that was easy to tell.
Well, he apparently, tonight then, is pretty high on narcotics. Probably took an overdose. You want to bring him in, Ted, and we'll talk to him in here. Oh, listen, by the way, will you keep your eye on him? Because when he's high on this stuff, he's likely to try anything. I know him.
Coming through the door. The suspect. Tall, husky, eyes glassy, staring around the room.
Just tear it off, Mr. Perkins. I'd like you to help me out.
Look, if you're trying to make a deal, forget about it. You said you had something to say, so keep on talking.
Start off with, some guy has to be in a playing pool. He says, why don't we play 50 cents a game and 10 cents a scratch? I've always been game. You know that. I've been game for anything. But I'm not afraid of losing. I'm not afraid of winning. I beat, but 3 times as many points as he had. He walked straight out the door and didn't even pay time. And the guy that runs the pool hall had caught up with him by then, and I was already with him. And grabbed a hold of him and says, where's the money for this pool or something? And he handed him a bill of some sort. But I'm playing the gap for money. And so I grabbed a hold of him as he starts to cross Washington. Of course, I took his wallet out. I beat him. Of course, I made sure I made a fairly good job of it. He went down. I would hassle there for 15 minutes taking his wallet out. I took it out and there wasn't a penny in it. He was dressed like a guy would go out with a girl with at least $100. I mean, he was dressed real good. He had a suit on. I think he had a tie and a white shirt. And he was dressed real good. And so I'm trying to get this money from the cat. And he pulled up. And he went to hang me. I was belligerent with a couple officers. But I'm not going to do time for some drunk that wanted to cheat me out of my money.
I have the medical report right here in front of me. It says he was stone sober. Did you know this fellow before?
Never seen him in my life. If I do time, I'll make something that counts. Let's say I'm a schemer, Mr. Perkins. I can scheme on a lot of things, and I know just how to hit people. I know how to hit them in the right spots, and that's what I'll do. I'll be worse than any of them ever thought of being. I don't know what they think of me. But probably, well, he's a future gangster. That's what they probably think. I'm already busted because I'm on parole. But I'm 18 years old. I have had an accident. I've got to live with a record that shows that I've been in a nut house. I've been in Camarillo. That was the last time I was here. And I never denied it to nobody. They asked me where I was. I told them I was in Camarillo. I told them what I was there for. And I don't like to keep telling stories, but I told most people anyway. And the rest I just shined. Like I only go along with certain peoples.
can, but I can't pull up Perkins. I'm like I'm the kind of a guy that would just as well hang or shoot someone and then hang before I want to do time. I ain't afraid of no cop, and I'm not afraid of no bullet, afraid of getting shot. I'm not afraid of none of that. I just don't fear it. I've lived my life. I was dead in a lot of things, and I'll live through it. I'll take a bullet any time. I don't care if it kills me. But I still got to get out. I don't go around paying attention to people. To me, people are something to goof on. I look at them and I laugh. I've been straight with you a long time, but still you're a cop. You gotta face it. You're a cop. Everybody in the state hates you but me. But I don't trust nobody, Perkins. Nobody. Nobody, my mother and dad.
Okay, you've had the floor for 10 minutes. You said nothing to change my opinion. We've given you plenty of breaks in this department. Ted, you want to take him out and book him on suspicion of strong-arm robbery?
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it happened on The Night Watch. For the disposition of tonight's cases, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The result of tonight's first investigation, in which the woman suffered a heart attack while driving, fortunately, had a happy conclusion. Prompt medical attention brought her complete recovery in a few days. In the final case of the young suspect arrested for robbery, he now faces a term of not less than 1 year. My department, like any other law enforcement agency, consists of many sections and many types of police units. So that you may follow the activities as they actually occur, we have assigned our police recorder to Detective Unit 5-6 on the night watch. What you hear is only a small part of the activities of any department. Throughout the nation, cities large and small have Detective Unit 5-6s, juvenile cars, traffic cars, felony units, all rolling day and night for your security. It is our purpose to show you the real problems facing your police officer in your city and the part you play in making this an effective organization. This is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
That's so terrible, Chickadee.
Manicure's in the barber shop right over there. Man came in for manicure about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, is that so awful, little one?
Well, he seemed to be in pain.
Well, I was almost finished. He seemed to be trying to stay conscious, but he kept telling me to hurry.
Well?
A minute ago, he keeled over in the chair. I think he's dying.
And what makes you think so, may I ask?
I noticed blood in his coat. He was bleeding to death. Said he'd been shot. So I ran over to get you.
He was dying, and he insisted on getting a manicure? We'll see what this is all about. Is this the shop?
Yeah.
All right now. Where's this fella who's supposed to be dying?
He isn't supposed to be dying anymore, officer. He's dead.
Tell me honestly, Vance, did you ever hear of anything so completely unreasonable?
The dying man insisting on a manicure?
Yes.
No, Markham, I never did. But I'm glad you called me in on the case.
I had to call you in. Despite the fact that I'm district attorney and have a very capable police force functioning, I'm sure this case will be a test for even your talents.
You know who the dead man was?
Yes, a scientist named Edgar Wilson. But we have no idea who shot him, or why, or for that matter, where.
I understand that you don't know, but what theories have you, Markham?
Theories? What theories could anybody have? Sergeant Heath has a fantastically fictional idea that there was a code message on the man's fingernails, and he wanted that message covered by liquid polish when he felt himself dying.
That would be something new, wouldn't it?
I suppose. What ideas do you have?
Well,
Hello, D.A.
Sergeant Heath. You don't look very happy.
I wonder why. All right, Vance.
Heath?
What's the trouble, Heath?
Trouble? Oh, I got no trouble. I just got a murdered guy who wanted a manicure on my hands, that's all.
Seems to me he wanted the manicure on his hands.
What?
I'm sorry.
Please. What about your theory that there was a code message written on the fingernails? What have you done about that?
Well, I had the laboratory put some polish remover on the guy's nails. Polish came off all right, but there was nothing written on them.
But isn't it possible that whatever was written came off when the polish remover was applied?
Hey, I never thought of that. Holy cow, if that's what happened, I'm the prize bonehead in the department.
Right,
I ought to kick myself all over.
Don't do it on account of the polish remover here. Huh? I'm pretty sure there was nothing on the victim's nails.
That makes me feel better. Hey, how do you know there was nothing on them?
I don't know. I just don't believe there was. And I have good reason.
As usual.
The DA here is president of your fan club, Vance, but I'm not even a member. I want to know the reason why that guy got a manicure as he was dying, if it wasn't to cover up something.
I might be able to tell you that, Heath. I have an idea I'll be able to tell you the secret of Edgar Wilson's fingernails just as soon as I have his killer under my thumb.
All I gotta say is... That's all you ever gotta say. What makes you so sleepy?
Who knows?
It's a wonder to me you didn't fall asleep when you shot that scientist guy, Edgar Wilson, this morning.
Who said I was awake?
Ah, you dope.
If I was awake, I'd have plugged him so good he wouldn't have moved. This way, he lived long enough to make it to some barber shop, papers say.
Well, he didn't talk, so we got nothing to worry about.
All I got... hey, you got me doing it. Stop cutting in on my racket.
Ah, you.
How much further we got to go?
This is it. The first shack off the road down there. You see it? I guess that means yes. Our orders are to go in and look around for a bottle marked Experiment X.
Experiment X?
X, you dope, like in ecstasy.
Hey, I seen that picture with that girl, what's the name?
Some name for a girl. Come on, Sleepy, out. And cut that out. You're making me sleepy.
So what is that, Pat? Any chance of there being anybody in the shack?
You know better than that. The guys we work for know what the score is. They said Wilson would be alone when we got there to plug him. He was. They said there would be nobody in this shack. There won't be nobody.
That's okay with me. I ain't in the mood for company. This door's locked.
It is. Come on, let's bust it in.
You do it. I'll stay here and watch.
Come on, Sleepy. I'll need help.
Okay.
Now. Once more.
Must we? Okay, let's do it.
Hold it a second, Sleepy.
A pleasure.
Just till I get this flashlight out of my pocket. There we are. Now for a look around.
Hey,
A row of bottles over on that shelf.
Yeah, so I see. Well, all we got to do is find one marked Experiment X.
Like an ecstasy. Sure was a great picture.
On that I agree.
There was one scene in it where...
Sleepy, there's the bottle we want. Right here on the second shelf. You see it?
Yeah.
Experiment X. Let's grab it and get out of here so we can collect our dough.
You grab it. I'd have to reach up a little.
Okay, here we go. Come to Papa, little bum.
Well, tell me, you fool. Tell me exactly what happened.
Oh, it was like this. I did what you told me. When the Miller brothers killed Professor Wilson for you, I followed them to make sure there was no slip-up.
What happened when they went after the explosive?
I'm trying to tell you. I followed their car. I saw them stop. I saw them break down the door and go into the shack.
They found Wilson's laboratory. Good. And what happened?
Well, then, they were inside for a while, a minute maybe. Then all of a sudden, there was a big explosion. And then, no more shack, no more Miller brothers.
So they found Experiment X, did they?
I guess they did.
But Professor Wilson was smart. He probably knew an attempt would be made to steal it. He had the container wired so that it set off the explosive.
I guess that's what it was.
Very clever, the professor. Even after he was dead, he managed to take care of the men who shot him. Oh, well. I have another plan.
What's that?
I must find out about Experiment X. And I think I know who can tell me. Professor Wilson had an assistant. I wonder how she's going to like assisting me.
No, I'm sorry, Sergeant Heath.
But can't
There's
you...
nothing I can tell you that I haven't already told you about my employer.
Oh, now look, Miss Rainey. Professor Wilson must have been working on something extra special. Something that somebody didn't want him to finish, so they killed him.
If he was, I didn't know about it. Now, please, Sergeant Heath, it's late and I've got to leave here. I have my coat on and my hat on and I'm expected home. If I think of anything that can help you, I'll phone you.
Okay. Goodbye.
Well, that's that.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry I startled you. My name is Vance. Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yes, I know about you.
Oh?
Are you working on Professor Wilson's murder?
I will work on it when I can find something tangible to start with. Do you mind if I walk a little way with you?
All right. It's a dark street, and I'm glad of the company. Is there something I can tell you that will help you?
You'd know that better than I.
I just told Sergeant Heath on the telephone that I didn't know what Professor Wilson was working on. If that's what you mean.
But you must know. You were his assistant, as I understand.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that I know...
Just stop right where you are.
Well,
What's
Please
the idea?
do not turn around, either of you. That's good. I don't want to use my gun. That's bad.
That's no lie. What do you want?
Not you, whoever you are. I merely want this young lady, Miss Doris Rainey, I believe your name is, to accompany me.
No.
Apparently she has neither the desire nor the intention, so I think I...
Stop it! Stop it! You're biting my hand!
Help me! Help me! No. Get me in the car!
Oh, brother, what fell on me? That car. You! Stop! Stop! Oh, license number 162857. Well, my friend, whoever you are, you got the girl, but I've got your number.
Yes, Vance, I'm having the license number you gave me checked right now. You're sure you're not hurt badly?
I have a slight headache, but I'll be all right, and I guarantee I'll be a bigger headache to whoever hit me on the head.
Sergeant Heath is checking the number. He'll buzz me in a minute. You say they kidnapped the girl who was walking with you?
Yes, but I'm sure they won't harm her for a while anyway. By that time, with the help of the license checkup, I ought to have found them.
You're lucky you got a look at the plates.
Markham, I always get at least one lucky break on a case. Otherwise, I'd fail dismally in most of them.
I think otherwise. Am I... Just a minute, Vance. That's probably Heath now.
I'll hold on.
Right. Yes?
This is Heath, DA.
Yes, Heath. I have Vance on the phone now waiting for the name and address of the owner of that license number.
He's going to have a long wait.
What do you mean?
There's no such number listed, that's what I mean.
What?
Vance either got the number wrong or the car had phony plates.
And if it's one of those two possibilities, I'm sure the plates were counterfeit. Thanks, Heath. Hello, Vance.
Yes, I heard Heath, Markham. All I can say is that maybe I do always get one lucky break on a case. But apparently, that license number isn't it.
I'm losing patience with you, Miss Rainey. Apparently twisting your arm does no good.
Oh, if I ever get off this chair,
You will do nothing. You're tied securely, and I will untie you only when I am good and ready. It's very annoying, very unmusical, and cannot help you in the least little bit. This house of mine is far out in the country. Nobody can hear you. Now, will you tell me what I want to know?
How can I tell you if I don't know?
Again, the same speech, always the same speech. You know about Experiment X. You worked with Wilson. You were with him in everything he did.
No.
You know about Experiment X.
No.
You'll tell me. You'll tell me, do you hear? You will tell me.
Leave me alone. Please leave me alone. I don't know anything about the experiment, except that Professor Wilson was working on it.
This much I know, too. He wouldn't talk when I sent 2 men to persuade him. They shot him. I knew about his shack in the mountains. My men went there, but they were killed in an explosion. But Wilson had another laboratory. Where is it?
I don't know. I keep telling you, I don't know.
That is a lie, and you will tell it. You must.
All right. All right, I do have something to tell you.
Ah, good.
Do you know the man who was with me? Do you know who he was?
I'm not interested.
You will be. He was Philo Vance. Did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Oh, that was Philo Vance, huh? What about it? He never saw my face. And if he did see the license plates in my car, it'll do him no good, for I changed 2 of the numbers myself. No matter who he is, he can never find me.
We'll see.
Miss Rainey, I lose patience again talking to you. Wilson was working on an explosive he called Experiment X. It was a liquid. That much we know. What was the formula?
I never knew the formula.
That is possible, but you know where there is some of that liquid.
No, I don't.
Some that my chemist can analyze.
No.
Where is that place? Where?
Does it tell you?
Brave words. But you've been here only a few hours. All I've done so far is to twist your arm a little. That is nothing compared to what will happen to you, Miss Rainey. Don't forget nobody has any idea where you are. Nobody can possibly rescue you.
What about it?
I have an idea how to make you tell me what I want to know. Miss Rainey, it's my suggestion that you talk. While you still have a tongue to talk with.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Manicure murder case opened when Professor Edgar Wilson, scientist, died in a barber shop after insisting the girl manicure his nails, even though he was dying. We have no explanation for this, no clue to the professor's killer as yet, although Philo Vance did have an encounter with an individual whom he believed was the brains behind the murder. In an effort to work out some tangible lead to that individual, Vance is in my office.
Where do I begin, Markham? A simple question like that has me stopped completely on this case.
A simple answer might be in order, Vance, but I don't have it. Either a simple or a complex answer. All I can tell you is I don't know.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Professor Wilson wanted a manicure when he was dying. Why?
You said you thought you knew the reason.
Let's say I still think I know the reason. How do I prove what I think?
There's one way, and Vance, it might be the answer to that question you asked.
About where do I begin?
Yes.
Well, I'm listening. What's the one way?
Why not check back at the barber shop where Wilson died? Perhaps that shop has some connection with his death, and the reason he insisted on having his nails done.
Good idea, Markham. That's where I'm going, for a little interview with that barber shop manicurist. Maybe I'll even let her do my nails. Maybe having her hold my hand will help me make heads or tails out of this case.
Long, short, or half and half?
Suit yourself.
Mister, if I suited myself, I'd pack you in right now.
Well.
I'm tired. You don't need no manicure.
Really?
What you come in for? Keep out of the rain?
It's not raining.
And you don't need no manicure. So, here we are back where we started.
Maybe I'd better introduce myself. I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, it's okay. I'm swooning. It takes me a little time to faint. So you're Vance. So what?
So I understand you're the young lady who manicured Professor Wilson's nails as he was dying.
That's right. You ain't figuring on kicking off, are you?
Not just yet. I want to know what he told you when he came in.
When he came in, he sat down, stuck out his hand, and said, give me a manicure fast.
There was colorless liquid polish on his nails. You put it on?
Sure. Like I said, he said, give me a manicure fast. I said, long, short, or in between. He said, short. So, file and finish them up. About all. Except when I see he's about to pass out, I beat it out of the shop and pick up the traffic cop in the corner.
Thank you very much.
Hey, where you going? Manicure you didn't need ain't finished.
I know, and neither is the case I'm working on. But after what you've told me, it will be finished. And very soon.
Hello, D.A.
Come in, Heath. Come in. Or am I a little late with my invitation?
Well, that's the difference. Better late than never, I always say.
I always say something about an early bird. I can't remember right now what the rest of it is. What's on your mind, Heath?
All right if I sit down?
Apparently. What's that paper in your hand?
This? Oh, it's a teletype report on an explosion out in the suburbs. 2 men were killed when a shack blew up. We checked on the car they were driving. We think we know who they were.
Yes?
Yeah, Miller brothers. Sleepy and Joe. Hired killers. We can't figure...
Excuse me, Heath.
Yeah.
Is it Attorney Markham speaking?
Vance, Markham.
Hello there.
Markham, I just left the barber shop where Professor Wilson had his nails manicured.
Yes?
You remember I thought I knew why he had them done as he was dying?
You had an idea about it, yes.
It's now a conviction. I want you to find out for me if the professor was working on some new invention that was in a liquid form. A new process, an explosive, something along those lines.
I don't know how I can, Vance. As you know, Wilson's girl assistant was kidnapped, and he left no records. Wait a minute.
Yes?
There were 2 men, hired killers, who met their death in an explosion in a shack in the suburbs, Sergeant Heath just told me. You think that might tie up with our case?
It might, and it's worth a gamble.
Right.
We've got to work fast now, or that girl assistant might be killed by whoever is responsible for Wilson's death. You won't believe she doesn't know what the professor was working on.
What do we do about it?
We'll take one long shot, Markham. I'll need your help.
All right.
Did you know Professor Wilson had an assistant named Dr. Blake?
No, I didn't.
Well, he didn't have. But I don't believe anybody knows that. Or the fact that I'm going to be in touch with Dr. Blake, who is going to make a killer take his medicine.
You are so obstinate, Miss Rainey. So very obstinate.
Please, can I have some water?
You can have anything you want after you tell me what I must know. Wilson was working on an explosive. He called it Experiment X. What were the components of Experiment X?
Please, a little water, just a
Where
little.
can I get a sample of Experiment X? A drop will do. The smallest possible sample. My chemist can analyze it and break it down. Tell me.
I don't know.
There's some way to make you talk. Some way you'll tell me what I want to know. You're a nice girl, Miss Rainey. Very nice girl. And you have a mother.
You wouldn't dare go near her. The police will be protecting her. Philo Vance will figure that you'll try to make me talk to her. You leave my mother alone.
Oh, so that is the way. Good. Now I can... Who is it?
It's me, Andy.
Come. What is it?
Look, this newspaper. Look at it.
Let me have it. What is it I'm to look for?
On the first page, the item in the corner.
Dead scientist assistant arrives tonight. This one?
Yeah, read it.
Dr. William Blake, no scientist in his own right and former assistant to the late Professor Edgar Wilson, arrives at Main Street Station at midnight tonight. Dr. Blake announced upon leaving his hometown that he was coming here to continue the experiment started by Professor Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Blake declared that he has a complete knowledge of them, having been in constant contact via long-distance phone with Professor Wilson for months. You, Dr. Blake, Miss Rainey?
I don't know what you're talking about.
For a girl who was smart enough to be Professor Wilson's assistant, you have a terrible memory. Perhaps now we don't need you, eh? Andy.
Yeah?
I think we should be ready to leave here very shortly. You and I have to meet the midnight train. And Dr. William Blake.
Here he comes, fellas. Get your cameras ready. Dr. Blake. Blake, Dr. Blake.
Yes?
Please hold on while we get some pictures.
Hurry then. It's very late, and I'm very anxious to get to my
It won't
hotel.
take a minute, Dr. Blake. Okay, boys, come on. Grab your shots now. And just one more, please, Dr. Blake. Hold it. Thank you.
Now, is it all right, gentlemen, please?
Sure, Doc. Go ahead. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll be at the Carlton Hotel if your newspaper should want me.
Thanks, Doc. I think the boss will send a man up to see you to find out what you're going to work on.
I shall see him. Good night.
Dr. Blake?
Yes? Who are you? And your friend?
It doesn't matter who I am or who he is, either. You will kindly not make any disturbance, but come along quietly with us.
I don't understand.
Who will, dear sir? You were Professor Wilson's assistant. You knew what project he was working on, the secret of his Experiment X.
Yes, of course.
Take it off, Andy. Hold it tightly.
Okay. Take your hands up. Hey, his beard. It's fallen off. This is a trick. Come on, let's get away from here.
Not so fast. I think I can hold you two.
Markham, hurry.
Come in, Vance.
Hands.
You're Philo Vance. This was a trick.
Yes, and you fell for it, Mike.
All right, Vance, I'll take this right here. Hold on to your arm, man.
Nobody holds on to me. I got away like this.
I make you stay like this.
Nice work, Vance. This fellow I'm holding gave me no trouble at all.
Oh, that was no trouble, Markham. Hitting my friend was fun. Let's get him up, get him out of here. And I'll be ready to tell you why Professor Wilson insisted that his nails be done, even though he knew he was done for. Markham, my friend, I'm beginning to believe you're a very persuasive young man.
What do you mean, Vance?
You persuaded those men we picked up at the railroad station to tell you where they were holding Professor Wilson's assistant, Doris Rainey.
That was relatively easy. Besides, I wouldn't have had a chance to work on them if you hadn't found them for me.
They found me, Markham, just as I hoped they would when we had the newspapers print the arrival of the entirely fictitious Dr. Blake.
It certainly did.
You know, of course, if my beard hadn't come loose, I'd have gone along with them.
Yes, and I would have followed you as per our plan.
Yes.
Vance, you said that I was persuasive.
That's right.
Well, could I persuade you to get around to telling me why Professor Wilson wanted his nails manicured?
Certainly. Let's go back a little, though.
All right.
Wilson was working on his Experiment X, an explosive.
Yes.
We know that now. It was a liquid. We know that, too. The man who kidnapped Miss Rainey hired two men to shoot him, which they did.
But they didn't kill him. He ran from them and got to the barber shop. I know that much.
Markham, Wilson had some of his Experiment X under his fingernails. The manicurist told me his nails were long. We know he was working with a liquid. The smallest quantity of Experiment X, if it fell into the wrong hands, would be sufficient for his killers to find its formula.
I see. He had his nails filed, so any evidence of the formula that might have been under them would be lost.
Exactly.
Oh.
Sergeant Heath's theory that something might have been written on the fingernails was an impractical one. If Wilson had had time to write anything on his nails, he would have had time to tell what he had written to the manicurist or the barber.
Yes, yes.
I knew it wasn't that.
So you said at the beginning of this little adventure.
Yes, I did. And now I say it's the end of our little adventure. The end of the Manicure murder case.
Calling all detectives. A savage killer roams the city, cannot escape the net, but can't be captured either. What happens to such a man when he's hunted like a dangerous animal? That's the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. When you read that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has captured a dangerous killer, maybe you wonder how we do it.
Hurry up with those money bags. Get them onto the car. You in that cage, what are you trembling about?
I'm sorry. Please don't shoot me.
Look at the punk. He thinks he's going to die. Well, he's right. Okay, boys, let's go.
A bank holdup and a wanton, senseless murder. That's how Stoney Galen operated. And now he and his mob had invaded our city. But this time, I sat in the police car with Lieutenant Dawson at the roadblock.
Jerry, how can you be sure they'll take this road?
Because I think Stoney's headquarters is someplace west of here, which means he must take this road. The car approaching was coming at top speed. Didn't slow down as it neared the roadblock. Here they come! The getaway car slewed around and headed back the way it had come, though not before it was whacked end to end by machine gun fire. Then... the chase was a brief one. Only minutes later, the getaway car went over an embankment, came to rest on its side. When we got to it, there were 2 dead bandits inside, 2 more dying. But the gang leader, Stoney Galen, had somehow survived and escaped. Although we intercepted and smashed a bank holdup and murder gang, its leader, Stoney Galen, managed to escape.
Attention all cars. Stoney Galen getaway car wrecked on Route 27A, 3 miles east of Barricade 9. Galen has escaped.
By nightfall, Stoney was still uncaptured. The wreck had occurred in a wooded section of country well within city limits. Stoney was at large, but he was bottled up, and now the net slowly began to close.
Dawson speaking. Yes, keep search parties going all night if necessary.
Jerry Browning speaking. What's the address? 1518 Hawthorne. Hold the wire. Hey, Dawson, suspicious character seen going into 1518 Hawthorne. I know the house. Small-time crooks use it as a hideout.
We'll pull an immediate raid. Anybody who shelters Galen will be held as an accessory to murder.
Into the patrol wagons, boys. We're after Stoney Galen. And if we find him here, you'll all take the same rap together.
Have a heart, Browning. Stoney's hunted in a 10-cent pistol. Nobody'll hide him out. He's a mad dog.
3 days later, we still hadn't found Stoney Galen, but we had plenty of evidence that he was inside the city. The series of raids Dawson kept staging on every known hideout of crooks had the underworld seething, ensured that nobody would dare help the killer. The first real evidence of Stoney's presence came when he broke into a grocery store, wounded an elderly man, fired several shots wildly about, before escaping with an armload of food and about $18. The old man told us,
"He looked like a crazy man. Clothes all torn, face dirty, unshaved."
We didn't get Stoney that time, or the next time either, when he held up a garage and tried to steal a car. But that time, I ain't afraid of no cheap crook with a gun. I took the gun away from him and beat his ears off before he got away from me. That was Galen.
You mean Stoney Galen? And I'm still alive?
Yes, the mechanic was still alive, because Stoney Galen tried to stage a holdup with an empty gun. He was out of ammunition. And still the net kept drawing tight. We found the remains of one small campfire in a gully, another beneath a railway bridge, a third in a tangled ravine near the river's edge. One by one, all possible hiding places were being ferreted out and closed off. I stopped my car on Route 27A, at about the point where Galen's men were wrecked. I got out, walked over to the embankment, scrambled down the hill. Almost immediately, I found myself hidden from the road by trees. I looked around. To the right, the forest seemed denser, so I headed that way. I was testing out a theory. Stoney had been at large now for 15 days, during the last 5 of which he'd been unreported either in the city proper or out in the open. There was no possibility of his breaking through the net. We were all certain of that. But then, where was he? I believed he was someplace in this patch of woods, that like some hard-pressed animal, he'd returned to the terrain that first sheltered him. Now I was trying to project myself into the mind of a desperate, hunted man. I stopped to look back along the way I'd come. I could have been 1,000 miles from the heart of a city instead of a body. Trying to project myself into the mind of a desperate, hunted man. I stopped to look back along the way I'd come. I could have been 1,000 miles from the heart of a city instead of about 8. I started walking again, always heading for the thickest part of the forest. Then I found a lead, a torn bit of cloth dangling from a low branch. I looked down, noticed a faint beaten path in the undergrowth. I followed it for about 1/4 mile. It ended abruptly against a small hill. I was just about to turn back, but I noticed the cave opening. Leaves and branches were piled against it, but one branch had slipped down, revealing the aperture. I walked up to the cave mouth. "I know you're in there, Galen. Come on out." There was no reply. I waited a few moments. Then, "Come on out, Galen, or I'm coming in after you." The thing that came out of the cave had once been a man. Now it was some shambling, monstrous creature, a caricature of humanity, cut and torn, bearded and blank-eyed, and making incoherent noises in its throat. Stoney Galen, after 15 days of being hunted. I walked up to him. "Come on, Stoney. Let's get out of the woods." And that's how Stoney Galen was taken. Not very heroic, is it? There was a revolver in his pocket. He'd stolen it from a farmhouse, but he never tried to use it because there was no more fight left in it. That's what it does to a man to be relentlessly tracked down, harried, and hounded, until finally he becomes a mindless animal creature. Like I said, when a killer is finally taken, it isn't how dangerous he used to be that's important, but what's happened to him since the time human society marked him as an outcast. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This started with a man on trial for his life and an A1 citizen eager to testify. But there it was interrupted. And it wasn't until I found a corpse in a bubbling bath, gunplay in the woods, and lots of blackmail that the real eager witness had a chance to talk.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Eager Witness.
Superior Court of the State of California and for the County of Los Angeles now in session. The Honorable Albert Winston, Judge presiding. Everybody rise.
It was the case of the people versus the oft-arrested, never convicted, smooth Earl Jernigan, sometimes bookie, charged in the first degree with a month-old killing of a kindly, gray-haired horse trainer named Kurt Hopper, who had once almost been my client. It was the afternoon of the 4th day of the trial, and the prosecutor for the state had already built an almost airtight case against the alleged gambler when my turn finally came.
To further substantiate the state's claim that Earl Jernigan did willfully and with malice aforethought take the life of the deceased Kurt Hopper.
Will Mr. Philip Marlowe take the stand? Raise your right hand. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name and occupation.
Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Take a stand. Mr. Marlowe, on the morning of the 30th day of July last, the day on which the late Kurt Harper was murdered, were you hired as a private detective by the said Mr. Harper?
I was.
And at that time, Mr. Marlowe, did Mr. Harper state his reason for hiring you?
He did. He wanted me to act as his personal bodyguard on the following day when he planned to drive to San Francisco.
Did he say why he needed a personal bodyguard?
He did. He told me he was afraid for his life, that he refused the gambler's demand that he drug a certain racehorse a week earlier, that gambler had threatened to kill him.
I see. Now, Mr. Marlowe, did Mr. Harper name that gambler?
Yes, he did.
Who was it?
Earl Jernigan.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense?
Counsel for the defense waives cross-examination, Your Honor.
The witness is excused.
Didn't make sense. No cross-examination. Because from the opening adjective, the counsel for the defense, a dapper item named Calder, who always appeared in French cuffs, gray gabardine, and a cocky, uninviting smile, had raved, ranted, and practically spit at each witness the state had presented. So the courtroom was left with a tingling impression that Earl Jernigan's attorney had something of a surprise waiting up his legal sleeve. Later, when Calder was on his feet and addressing the jury, that something started out fast.
Now that the state has taken the trouble to offer so much circumstantial evidence, so much hearsay, rumor, conjecture, now will I smash all of that with the testimony of one man. One man known to all of you as an outstanding citizen of this city. A prominent real estate broker. An unimpeachable witness eager to testify. Mr. Leonard Gaines.
It worked. Landed in each and every lap like a live grenade and exploded all the way around at once. And when the eminent Mr. Gaines, gray at the temples, maybe 45, and neat and expensive midnight blue flannel with giant stickpin to match, took the stand. And in his own meeting of the board tone of voice, told the court that Earl Jernigan had spent the entire day and night of July 30th last with him at his Malibu Beach home. The prosecuting attorney's jaw dropped to his chest and he stared, dumb.
No day or night did Mr. Jernigan ever leave my home. And as for the hour of the murder, 8 o'clock in the evening, we were having dinner. After that, we played gin rummy until midnight.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Gaines? The hour of your dinner, I mean.
I am positive, Mr. Calder.
No, you can't be. You're lying.
Quiet in the court. Order. Miss Harper, order in the court, please.
No, I won't be quiet. I won't anymore.
Miss Harper, quiet. Order. This court is adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Another scotch and soda, mister?
Yeah, I guess so. No, wait a minute, baby. I think I'm going to have company.
Mr. Marlowe, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm
Gail Harper, yeah, I know. What I don't know is why you're not doing 30 days on a rock pile for that rumpus you just kicked up in court. Would you like a soft drink?
No, thanks.
All right, just one, baby.
Check. The judge said he understood and let me off with a short lecture, which is what I had counted on.
Oh. You mean all that fireworks in there was planned, not just spontaneous combustion?
That's right. I had to have time. Look, Mr. Marlowe, will you work for me?
Oh, well, now look,
will
baby.
You help me prove that Mr. Leonard Gaines is a liar and that Earl Jernigan did kill my father?
Now, take it easy, Gail. It's a big mouthful, you know.
Mr. Marlowe, listen, please. There isn't much time. We got to prove this tonight or never. By noon tomorrow with the outside, the case will go to the jury.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Take over where I left off. But first, let's get out of here.
All right. And never mind that drink, miss. Where do we start, honey?
With Leonard Gaines' ex-wife, Debbie Jansen. Here's a snapshot of her. They were divorced about 6 months ago, Mr. Marlowe, and she wasn't very happy about it.
No, huh? Made you figure she was your in?
Yes, and I was right. Mr. Marlowe, it took eavesdropping, bribery, second-story work, but I found out plenty.
I'll bet you did. Like what? Oh, hold it, Gail. Lights red.
Like the fact that Debbie and a guy called Eugene Mowry are putting a bite on Gaines for $20,000. Blackmail, Mr. Marlowe, with the payoff scheduled to be made sometime tonight. Right now, she's staying at the Sunland Sulphur Springs Lodge out in the valley. Gaines used to go there once in a while for his arthritis. And the why of the whole business is a letter Gaines once wrote to his ex-wife.
No fooling.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me, what's that to do with Jernigan's trial and Gaines being Oh, it's green now.
I think there's a connection because yesterday I overheard Debbie tell this Maui something about Gaines' scheduled appearance at the trial today and... Oh, Mr. Marlowe!
Hey! Those jerk California drivers.
The man behind the wheel.
What about him?
That thin-faced, blonde hair. I've seen him before. I know he was trying to hit one of us.
Oh, fine. Well, that'll keep things from getting dull, won't it?
Then you're gonna help me.
Well, now, look, who could resist you, baby? Okay, tonight I check in at the lodge at Sunland Sulphur Springs. Come on, let's get out of here. It was 8 o'clock and almost dark when I reached the foothills of the mountain range that separates the San Fernando Valley from L.A. proper, and turned off onto a narrow dirt road that ran through a twisting gorge, past a moon-faced watchman who asked no questions as he slowly opened a sagging wooden gate, faintly labeled Sunland Sulphur Springs, where Mother Nature's remedies bubbled from the earth private. It was another 5 minutes along the same dirt road uphill and through thick foliage before I was at a parking space out of my car and walking the last quarter of a mile toward the lodge itself that was spotted with widely separated cottages, also sagging, and each tagged Casa, and followed by something Spanish and hard to pronounce. Inside the place was cheap porch furniture and occasional threadbare rugs over scarred pine and deserted, except for a sleepy old guy with thick-lidded eyes and an accordion-wrinkled face who was slouched in a heap behind a sign on the reservation desk that read Maynard Sharp, no less, night manager. When I gave him my name and said that both my rheumatism and I needed a rest, he came too, almost.
Room, Mr. Marlowe. Well, let's see. Can let you have most any one of the cottages. Half of them are empty. Things kind of slow this time of year.
How slow can you get?
You'll be surprised. How's about Casa Francisco de Leon?
Casa Francisco, Yeah, that'll be fine, Mr. Sharp.
All righty, sir. Now, if you'll just sign the register here, I'll get your key. But,
as I signed my name, I checked the guest list quickly. And the next second found what I wanted. Deborah Jansen. And next to that, and in a different hand, her cottage for the night. Casa Rolando de Barandido. That's close enough. Well, anyway, it was all I needed. I took the key from Mr. Sharp, a misnomer if ever you heard one, learned the location of my quarters, paid him in advance, and left. Outside, I turned to my right, past a large open bath that smelled like rotten eggs and talked to itself like a junior Vesuvius, as more warm sulfur waters, equally unpleasant to smell, bubbled from a pipe in the center. Beyond that was the first cottage, another casa I couldn't pronounce, and it stayed like that all the way down the line, until I reached the second one that showed light. It was the casa known as Rolando de Barandido, and when I moved closer and around to a window that was screen only, I knew that my client had done her eavesdropping well, because in the center of the room and putting on her coat was the ex-wife named Debbie, and standing nearby and holding on tight to the cigarette in his hand like it was support was what had to be the boyfriend, Eugene Mowry.
You're sure that Gaines will go through with this all right?
For the 100th time, Eugene, yes, I'm positive. Can't you understand? He has to. Besides, $20,000 won't break him. It won't more than bend him a bit. Now, stop worrying.
But I can't. Debbie, why must you go alone? Now, why can't I go with you?
Eugene, please, we've been over that. I told Leonard that I'd meet him in town at the Beverly Crest Hotel at 10 and alone. He agreed to also be alone. Except for the month.
Debbie, you do handle things well. Come here, darling. The kiss be your brilliant.
Oh, please, Eugene, there isn't time.
Oh, what's the matter? Are my kisses losing their flavor at this point?
Don't be a fool. Look, it's late, Eugene. It's after 9 already. I've got to hurry. Now, go on. Go on, be a good boy and leave now. We shouldn't even be seen together tonight.
Well, why not, Debbie?
It's not smart. Here. Meet me at the Tulip Room, darling, at 11 as we planned. Then, Eugene, we'll have time and reason to relax. $20,000 worth of reason.
As Mowry oozed toward the door, I slid away from the cottage and into the shadow of a clump of trees nearby. stayed there as he walked out of sight down the road that led back to the parking space. Then a few minutes later, when Debbie clicked off the light and left, I moved out of hiding and started slowly after her at a safe distance. Until from someplace in the night, an ugly, snub-nosed automatic that belonged to someone blonde and thin-faced as a near automobile accident stopped me cold.
Where you going, Jack?
For air. I love to walk in the country at night, okay?
I wouldn't know, Jack. I'm a city boy myself. But as long as that's what you want, it's Jake with me. As long as it's where it's good and dark. Now, go on. That way. Move. All right, Jack. That's far enough. Hold it. Turn around and face me.
Why, so I can watch you pull the trigger?
Never mind why. Just turn.
Okay, turn it is.
That's better. Now, one step closer.
One step closer.
Hey, what's that?
Not pleasant, my friend. Taking wing. Now, before I beat you into little pieces, let's have it. Who are you? Who do you work for, and what do you want with me? Come on, gunman, talk.
Okay, no more. My name's Langley. Work for Earl Jernigan.
Oh?
Yeah, I've been watching you ever since the trial started. Jernigan didn't want you moving in on.
Which is why you tried to pick me off with a car when I was with Gail Harper this afternoon, huh? Come on.
Yeah, that's why. Now what are you going to do with me?
For the time being, Buster, leave you as is. Flat on your back, because I've still got to catch up with the lady before she reads a letter. City boy.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, because of the sharp rise in America's birth rate during the war, we face a very serious educational crisis. Many communities will find that their schools lack sufficient teachers, classrooms, and facilities. Citizens must get together and work for better schools, more teachers. If we want all of our children to have a chance for a good education, we must take action now. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Eager Witness.
It was strictly hit and run. I piled Langley into the Manzanita and didn't even wait to see him bounce. Instead, I took off through a gully that was a shortcut to my car, because I knew that Jernigan's watchdog had nothing to offer compared with the hot-headed Debbie Jansen, who at the moment, no doubt, was well on her way to the Beverly Crest Hotel and a blackmail rendezvous that was a cinch to wind up in the final destruction of the letter. That was my theory. But I dropped it like a hot rock just as I crossed the path to the sulfur pool.
Mr. Marlowe! Somebody screamed! Yeah, in there by the spring! Oh, gosh! Oh, my gosh. Sure had to happen to me.
It was nothing but sulfur fumes and the thick gurgle of the springs until Sharp played his flashlight over the pool. Then we saw her.
Oh, my gosh.
And the water that was turning red from blood oozing around the knife in her back.
Look. It's Miss Jansen.
Come on, Pop. Give me a hand. Let's get her out of there.
Yeah,
Come on. Take it easy now. Take it easy. That's it. Debbie.
I never should have tried it.
Tried what? Who was it, Debbie? Who did this?
He got the letter.
Who? Who got the letter, Debbie? Debbie.
Marlowe, did she pass out?
For good, Maynard. She's dead.
Oh, she seemed to be mumbling something about a letter. Did you get what it was?
Yeah, only part of it. The killer apparently took the letter away from her. Believe me, that's bad.
Letter? What's a letter?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
It's probably that pheasant again.
Letters? What are you talking about?
Oh,
son?
I guess I'm just getting jumpy. Hey, there is somebody. Come on, Pop.
Sounds like he's over there, Marlowe.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Oh, no, that ain't going to do you any good, son. Not in that brush, it ain't. And what's more, I wouldn't go any further if I was you.
But, Pop, all he needs is 10 seconds and he can destroy that letter for good.
Well, just the same, there's 1,000,001 places a killer can hide in there and lay for you, son.
Yeah. Yeah, Pop, well, it's the moment it's a stalemate. I'd sure love to find out who that snake in the bush is.
You know, I've run a peaceful place up until it's getting to be like one of them there movies. Only thing left out is a posse.
Yeah, you're so right. Murders in the night, lost letters. It's corny enough without a posse.
Yeah, and might dangerous, too.
Hmm? Yeah, I see what you mean.
Are you ready to...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll lead you back to the office. My Jasper, I don't understand this one bit. Miss Jensen is stabbed to death over that letter, and in her dying...
Hey.
Huh? What is it?
Up ahead there. Somebody duck behind that big tree. Keep the chatter going, man. Walk on up the path. Don't let him know we spotted him. Go on, talk.
Well, okay, sure. I was saying I don't understand. Well, our place here is generally as quiet as a tomb.
As the old man grimly ad-libbed his way up the path, I followed a few feet behind. When he got even with the tree, I turned suddenly, took 3 fast steps, and grabbed. Come here, you.
Hang on to him.
Well. Mr. Leonard Gaines, the unimpeachable citizen himself. Stand still, Gaines.
A gun. What's the idea, Marlowe?
Try running and it'll come to you. I suppose you've got a legitimate reason for being here all thought up?
I'm here because I've got a touch of arthritis. I need a treatment and a night's rest.
Arthritis isn't all you're going to have if I find what I think I'm going to find in your pockets. Empty them, Buster. I said empty them.
All right, I'll empty them.
That's better.
Sharp, you're a witness, and I demand that you...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Gaines. You're in a pretty bad spot to demand anything.
There's our baby. There's the letter we've been looking for. Pick it up, Gaines. Pick it up and read it.
Now, see here, Marlowe.
See there, Gaines. Read it while you're able to.
Yeah. My dear Debbie, if I didn't know you so well, I'd resent your stupid accusations. Now, look, Mark.
Read it.
We've already made our property settlement, as you're well aware, and you'll be a long time finding a court that says otherwise. Now you know where you can go, so why not get started as ever lettered?
Oh, fine. That's about as incriminating as a lecture on the family meat bill. Sharp, whose jurisdiction are we under here?
County Sheriff's Office.
All right, call him. Also, call your man out on the highway and have him lock that main gate.
Main gate?
Yeah.
Say, now, that's a good idea. I'll do it right now.
Now, wait a minute. Have you got a gun?
Yep, got a rifle. Been in the family for years.
Can you use it?
Well, yeah, I reckon I can. Where are you going?
Out to round up Langley. He'd be pushing hard to give his boss's star witness here a big helping hand. I want to be in shape to push back. And remember, Pop, keep your eye on Gaines and not on the phone when you make those calls. I'll see you. The second time that night, I started down the hill and toward the car lot, keeping in the shadows and moving slowly this time. Because it was odds on that Langley had taken everything in. And I knew that he'd try to part my hair with a gun barrel and pull Leonard Gaines out of the jam he was in the very first chance he had. So I stayed off the paths long enough to have both socks full of burrs when it happened. But not what I expected. It was the Sharp family blunderbuss that had exploded with a blast like a small howitzer. So also for the second time, I turned and ran back up the hill, this time to the office. I got there just as Maynard, climbing hand over hand up a smoking rifle barrel, made it to his feet. Maynard, what happened? Where's Gaines?
Well, I don't know. It got away, I guess.
Well, the shot. What about that?
It went up there, through the roof.
Oh, fine.
Well, gosh, I didn't suspect a thing. He just said he wanted to smoke.
But he didn't happen to have a match, I know. So you hung your rifle over your arm, stuck both hands in your pockets to find one for him, and that's when he took you.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Well, how'd you know?
Never mind, Pop.
Well, I made a grab for him, though. Ripped his coat about halfway off.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, but I'm sure sorry he got away, Mark.
All right, don't worry about it, will you? Can't get far with the gate locked.
Well, I got bad news there, too. Oh, the gate's locked, all right. But there's a back road.
There's a back what?
Back road.
Right, yeah, well,
yeah. It ain't much. It's rough and rocky, but it's passable. And anybody's been up here as often as Mr. Gaines has sure know about it.
Oh, great. Look, Pop, can't you understand that there was a murder committed here tonight and we had the murderer? No buts. Fell for the oldest gag in the world.
But
I was a sucker to turn him over to you. And will you stop waving that envelope?
I just think you ought to see this.
All right, what is it? Oh. Where'd you get all that loot?
Gaines dropped it when I ripped his coat.
20 grand, it says here on the wrapper. Something else written here, too. Casa Rolando de Barandito at 10. Casa... Pop, that's it. That's the answer. Come on, we got to get down that back road in a hurry. Sharp at the wheel of the pickup truck, we bounced over the pair of sometimes parallel ruts studded with stones the size of bowling balls. It was called the back road. The better part of 2 miles before he cut lights and motor and whispered that if Gaines was going to get stuck at all, it was sure to happen in a dry wash just around the next bend. I told him to wait and went ahead on foot. He was right. Gaines was stuck in more ways than one. His car was up to its hubcaps in sand and his wallet up to its stamp compartment in blackmail, conducted by his ex-wife's murderer with the same leather she'd had, the letter. It was Eugene Maury, and clenched in his hand was a tattered white envelope, nothing more.
I'll make it easy for you.
I held my .38 in close to my side and edged up behind him.
20,000.
Now, Maury, I don't have that much.
You lie. You're going to pay her that. I don't know. I know because we worked the deal out together. Only she got greedy. Tried to double-cross me and pull it alone.
Oh, so you killed her?
Yes, I didn't intend to, but when I found out that she tricked me, I was furious. The first thing that I knew, I stabbed her. That's enough of that. Just give me the money. You've nothing to worry about.
Now, listen, Maury, I tell you,
You listen, Gaines. You're in no position to bargain. It's better than having your $200,000 gambling debt exposed and your reputation ruined, isn't it? Or facing the trigger man, Langley, if you refuse to alibi for Jernigan, isn't it? Or bucking a perjury charge if you do alibi? Oh, no. You got yourself in a corner, Gaines, so pay off. It's only 20 grand.
But I tell you, Maury, I don't have it.
You're lying again.
No, he isn't. Don't move, either one of you. Leave your hands where they are. I got the 20 grand right here, and it's pretty well earmarked as blackmail payment already. But just to round things out, Maury, I'll take that envelope you've got there.
Yes, well, what do you want this for?
Funny man. Because it's no doubt postmarked with an hour, a date, and a location, which together with Brother Gaines' own handwriting places him out of town on July 30th, a time he swears he was at his Malibu home all day with Jernigan. Right, Gaines?
Smart boy, aren't you, Marlowe?
You've still got a chance, Gaines. You better gamble with me. You've got nothing to lose now.
I'm with you.
Stand still, Buster, or so help me out.
Now, Gaines, go!
Oh, my leg!
Were you thinking of going someplace, Mr. Gaines?
No, I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, Gail, the big show's about to start. Court will be in session in a few minutes.
I know. And different from yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, you did a swell job, Mr. Marlowe. Gee, I don't know how to thank you.
Save it, baby. If that scale Lady Justice holds in her hands was in better balance today, it was your hunch and old Maynard's blunderbuss that did as much to put it there as my running around through the brush at Sulphur Springs.
But all I knew was the game was lying. I didn't know it was as complicated as it was.
Well, that's because Debbie Jansen was twice as treacherous as we figured.
I still don't understand. How did you know that Eugene Maury had killed Debbie?
Well, you see, baby, I overheard her tell Maury that she was going to meet Gaines in the Beverly Crest Hotel at 10 for the payoff.
Uh-huh.
But I figured that was a lie strictly for Maury's benefit when Pop gave me the packet of money Gaines had dropped. It had that complicated name of a cabin and the time of the appointment, which was also 10 written on it.
Mm.
So I knew the real meeting was scheduled to take place out there. See?
Oh, I see. Then she was going to send Maury off to the Beverly Crest while she collected the money at Sulphur Springs and then beat it alone.
That's it, honey. You see, if her cabin had been named something simple like Number 4, then Gaines could have remembered it. Instead of that Casa Robino del Bangadoro, or whatever it was, he had to write down, you see? Well, then things might have been different.
Ah, you'd have found a way. After all, you figured out it was the postmark that was important.
Only after I've been slapped in the face by a perfectly harmless letter with no envelope. Had to be the postmark. What else?
Oh, they're starting.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mr. Marlowe. Give them the works.
Don't worry, baby. I'm the eager witness today. We're going to knock them dead. Literally. They got it coming. I watched Jernigan's face as the preliminaries got underway. The killer was beaten. When the court finally settled down to work and the prosecutor took over, I listened to his deft build-up as he primed the jury and the dramatic ringmaster voice he used when he called.
Will Philip Marlowe take the stand, please? Now, Mr. Marlowe, you told us yesterday that you are a private investigator. Now will you tell the court in your own words what happened to you last night?
I sat there looking into the cold, baleful eyes of the prosecutor and thought of a paraphrase on that wonderful quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes. It's not enough to ask for justice. One must also hope for mercy.
Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, it began here in this room yesterday afternoon at about 3:30 when the counsel for defense called a witness, a Mr. Leonard Gaines, to the stand.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joy Terry, John Daner, Michael Ann Barrett, Junius Matthews, Ben Wright, Lou Krugman, Larry Dobkin, and Bud Whittam. The special music is by Richard Orunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
The trail started in Montana with a bum with two names rushing away from his lady love and led fast into L.A. past a southerner from Canada, a worried wool dealer and a chorus girl with a .45. When it finally stopped at Murder in the Park, the tramp was still in a hurry.
You and I have a friend coming to call next Monday night. She's my friend Irma. If this beautiful, lovable, but dumb blonde isn't your friend now, she will be the moment you hear her over most of these same CBS network stations next Monday following the Lux Radio Theater. My friend Irma will bring you plenty of laughs and great entertainment. So be sure to make friends with my friend Irma these Monday nights on CBS, where you'll hear them all this fall. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts are heard Mondays, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of a genuine counterfeit. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now to Counterspy. A little over 6 weeks ago, in a small mid-European country, a man, the private secretary of a diplomat named Bornay, lay on the kitchen floor of his own apartment. His head, twisted to one side, revealed a dark ooze on one temple. And as he lay unconscious, a steady stream of gas hissed from the open jets of the stove. Gas which filled the room and swirled around the flickering pilot light of the stove.
Rudolph, my friend, what are you doing here?
Waiting to see you, Mr. Bond.
It's a pleasant surprise. Come into the apartment.
Thank you.
I returned home from the funeral of poor Carlos. You heard of his horrible death in the gas explosion, did you not?
Yes, Mr. Bond. I heard.
Oh, tragic. And right before I am to leave for America. Oh, come on, come. But let us not speak of that. Tell me, my friend, why are you here?
This paper will explain.
Huh?
You see, I am to replace Carlos as your secretary.
You? Giving up your position in the government? But why, my friend?
Because I am your friend. And I realize your danger.
Danger? To me?
Mr. Borney, I don't believe the death of your secretary was the accident it seems to be.
Rudolph, you think the gas explosion was...
It may have been an attempt to get at you.
But why? I'm a poor old man, unimportant.
Would your country send you on an important mission like this if they thought that?
That is why they sent me. Since our ambassador in the United States is ill, I sail to America. Arrange for the engraving of bonds for our government and bring them back personally. Oh, merely an honor to an old man.
$3 million, merely an honor? The engraving of the bonds on which the future of our nation depends?
Well, perhaps the fact that I avoid publicity and am not known outside our country was an added reason.
A drink? Drink, well. I warn you, Mr. Barnes. Don't underestimate your own importance or your danger.
Your drink, Rudolph.
Thank you. The death of your secretary, the sudden illness of the ambassador in Washington, I feel it may all be a part of a dangerous plot.
Good heavens. Very well, it's all right. I'd better ask the government for an armed guard on my trip.
Mr. Varney, I have another suggestion.
What is it, Rudolph? If you know any way...
My suggestion is that you and I exchange identities. That you travel as my secretary, Rudolph, and I as the envoy, Born.
You would take that chance?
Yours is the life of value to our country. You must get those bonds through.
Very well. You feel that strongly about it, Rudolph. Very well. You shall be the special envoy, Vorney. I shall be your secretary, Rudolph, on our voyage to the United States. Find you here. Rudolph. I mean, Mr. Vorney. Yes, the water churning from the propellers in Crete. Turbulent, dangerous, like the world we live in. So, have you had dinner?
The mess they serve on this ship under the guise of food. But, I did have an interesting dinner partner.
Another gourmet like yourself?
No. That American girl. The one we watched come aboard with the invalid in the wheelchair.
Ah, yes. The pretty redhead.
Her name's Myra Stevens, and the man in the wheelchair is her uncle. She's bringing him back to the United States for treatment.
Oh, you seem to have learned a great deal about her.
Oh, precious.
If I were 20 years younger, I'd be giving you competition myself.
Well, shall we go to our cabin and finish packing? We docked early.
Very well, very well. By the way, we are to be officially met when the ship docks.
Okay. officially met?
A radiogram came this morning from Mr. David Harding of the American Counterspy.
Counterspy?
Yes, he's to meet us personally. His agency may take over the job of guarding me, and you won't have to worry anymore.
Please. Oh, Mr. Boone.
Miss Stevens, what's wrong?
My uncle. He phoned from the field here, and I can't let him back. Would you and your secretary be willing to help me? Cabin's tracked down here. He's trying to reach his medicine when he stops. But here, think about him.
All right. Now, if Miss Stevens, Uncle's not on the floor. He's there on the bed. I thought that...
Good work, Mara. The old fool never knew what hit him.
That padded pipe is perfect. I'll mark on.
They can't afford any slips, not with $3 million at stake. How about your uncle on the bed? Is he still unconscious?
Not a sound out of him since I brought him aboard. The stuff you gave him works like a charm. Who is he anyway?
Just a sailor I found in the dock. But he served his purpose. Here, give me a hand with old Bonnie. We'll put him in the wheelchair.
Why don't we get rid of him? What are you saving him for?
I have many uses in mind for old Bonnie. Now, Myra, does a hypodermic needle bother you?
Well, if you don't needle me with it. How long will that stuff keep your men unconscious, Rudolph?
Long enough for you to get them ashore tomorrow into your apartment. That's it, keep him quiet. Now get me a blanket.
Sure. The one I wrapped around the other hand.
Wrap it around, Bonnie. Now, as far as anyone knows, this is the same man you brought aboard. Your poor, invalid uncle.
While you go on posing as Warner. Pretty slick, Rudolph.
I planned it, didn't I?
One thing I don't get, though. Everyone in the United States will accept you as Vornay. Why did you have to forge a duplicate order for those bonds?
My dear, Bonnie was sent out to have $3 million worth of bonds printed. With that duplicate letter, I can have $6 million made.
6 is more than 3. So far, so good.
At the right time, I send $3 million back to my country as they expect. But for myself, I have $3 million more. Perfect bonds, genuine counterfeits, duplicates, that is, to be sold here and there around the world to my own profit.
And mine.
You'll get your share.
Okay, mastermind. How do we get rid of the sailor?
We'll wait till the deck is empty, and then send our sailor on his last sail. Without the boat. Up to the rail, Myra.
Hurry up.
Now you understand what you're to do. After we toss him over, I call man overboard. Then I tell the captain I saw my secretary, Rudolph, fall over the side of the ship.
And I back you up so nobody can doubt your story. Okay, let's get it over with.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
So long, Uncle.
In Counterspy Statistical Department. Please report to Mr. Harding's office at once. Report to Mr. Harding.
What's up, Mr. Harding? A job for you, Peters. Oh, I got my bulletproof vest? No, this is an easy one. I just want you to meet a ship with me in New York and then arrange for the safety of the foreign envoy who's aboard. Another throneless king? A man named Vornay. He's been sent here to arrange the printing of some bonds for his country. Why here, Dave? To cut the chances of counterfeiting. His country's economy is already shaky, and are issuing these bonds to add to the Marshall Plan aid we're already giving them. Any counterfeits might topple the government. So we play nursemaid, Well, it's vitally important to the United States to see that his government doesn't fall. These bonds may be the deciding factor. We'll fly up to New York now. The ship docks tomorrow morning. Peters, the person said Mr. Vornay went into this restaurant. What? Oh, sorry, Dave. It's that red-headed girl. The one who left the ship was the man in the wheelchair? Mm-hmm. Now, his foreign envoys look like that girl. Yeah, we'd have even more international complications. Come on, Romeo. This is said Mr. Vorney was wearing a white suit. Over there, Dave. Corner table. Looks rather young, doesn't it? Judging from what I've heard of Vorney.
Get the diamond stick there in his hand, didn't
Mr. Vorney?
Ah, you must be Mr. David Hart.
Well, I'm sorry we missed you when you came down the gangplank. This is my assistant, Harry Peters.
Vorney, I'm very pleased to meet you both. Won't you join me? You probably think it odd of me to eat as soon as I land. But you see, I consider myself a gourmet. Food on the go.
I understand. I hope the voyage was good otherwise, though.
On the contrary, Mr. Harding. It's a tragedy.
Oh?
My secretary, Rudolph, was lost at sea.
Lost?
He fell overboard. Evidently an attack of dizziness. Poor Rudolph.
Strange we hadn't heard of it, Mr. Harding.
Well, death on the high seas, ship of foreign registry. I suppose, Mr. Peters, they would not trouble your counterspies with such a minor, though tragic accident.
Is everyone sure it was an accident?
It was seen both by myself and another passenger, but there was no question. It was definitely an accident.
Was he a close friend, Mr. Vorney?
Very.
Well, my business in seeing you this morning, Mr. Vorney, was to welcome you to our country and arrange whatever protection you desire while you're here.
Protection? Mr. Harding, I have a great deal to do in your country. A great deal to see.
Well, that's right. This is your first time outside your own country, isn't it?
Yes. And I'd rather not have your agents tagging after me. I'm sure you understand.
That's up to you, of course. If there's anything at all we can do for you, please call on us. Shall we go, Peters?
Why the frown, Dave?
Peters, did you notice the way Vorney was eating?
He takes his food seriously.
Well, I mean the way he handled his silverware. He held the fork in his right hand eating, but when he wanted to cut, he changed the fork to his left.
Well, don't we both do the same thing?
Of course, we all do in this country. But in the one Vorney comes from, a country he's never supposed to have left before. They do it in the opposite way, keeping the fork in the left hand all the time.
No, but Dave...
Well, I'll admit it's a small thing, Peters, but there are others, too. Considering the importance of his mission, we can't take any chances.
So what could be wrong?
I don't know yet, but I will. Peters, we're going to have to be awfully careful because of his diplomatic standing. But we're going to do a bit of checking on Mr. Vorney.
You were right, Dave.
Find proof of foul play in Vorney's secretary. Falling overboard at sea?
Not yet. Thorndike is checking that angle now. But I checked into recent news reports from Vorney's country, and I found that the secretary before this one also died under peculiar circumstances.
Oh?
A short time before Vorney sailed, he died in a mysterious gas explosion at his home.
Oh. There's certainly something very fishy about Vorney that isn't explained by his sea voyage.
Wait, Dave, there's more. I found that only 3 pictures of Vorney have ever been taken. The only copies of them in the main office of their big news service are mysteriously missing from their files.
Peters, this is another proof that we ought to have a better, quicker means of getting photographs of people we're interested in. If we only had some sort of miniature camera that could be issued as standard equipment for every counterspy.
Well, it would certainly simplify our work, Dave.
That's the question. A camera small enough to fit in the hand with a simplified foolproof mechanism. As simple as the old-style box cameras that a kid could operate.
Well, why not send instructions through to Washington tonight? Photo Lab could begin work on it now.
I'm going to do it. If we had a camera like that on this case, well, we haven't. We'll do the best we can. Now, first of all, Peters, keep on with this investigation of the high mortality rate in Vorney's secretary.
Right.
Also, I want a tail put on Vorney. Our best men, Peters. His name's Clever. Plant them in at his hotel, too.
I'll see to it, Dave.
And I want all our field officers alerted to try to locate somebody, a relative, a friend, who can identify Vorney.
Dave, the captain of the ship identified him. At least he's the same man who came aboard.
We can't pass up any chances. And I also want to know whether Vorney has ordered those bombs for his government. If so, I want delivery to him stalled until we complete our investigation.
I'll handle that myself.
No, assign J4 to it. I've got another job for you, Peters. A special job.
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot, 2 cold glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question. Why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot, tastes terrific when you're hot, more and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. A man stands outside the door of a New York apartment hotel, looks around, then pushes the doorbell.
Rudolph, come in. What's wrong? You phoned.
Has anything odd happened to you, Myra?
Huh?
Any repairmen trying to get in? People with the wrong apartment number, noise on the telephone?
No, nothing. Think somebody's on it?
Think Harding and his counterspies are suspicious. I told you about my lunch.
Harding didn't say.
He watched me very closely, and now I've been followed every time I leave my hotel.
What? And you came here?
Don't worry, I shook them off. But we must move fast.
You run away?
Give up $3 million in a year's work? No. I've already ordered the bond. We just need a little more time.
You don't suppose they dope out you're not born.
Myra, darling, suppose I prove that I am. Is Bonnie still safe in the next room?
Sure.
Let's go see.
Tried to wake up about an hour ago. I had to give him another hypo.
All right, but from now on, only half a shot.
Yeah, look out beef for you. If we cut down on the dose, he might wake up and make a lot of noise.
And keep him tied and gagged. But I'm even conscious enough to sign some papers. Now, where's that gold cigarette case?
Here in the drawer. I was keeping it.
You mean you were going to steal it? I give you a chance at pot of $3 million and you waste time on small change. Myra, you're still just a nightclub girl at heart.
Hey, now.
Hold his arm when I get his fingerprints all over the cigarette case.
What good will that do? Your prints will be on it, too.
Oh, no. I coated my own fingers with collodion. I can't leave any prints.
Then what?
I read in the paper that David Harding is again in New York. I'm going to drop in and see him and just happen to leave my case. Warner's will be the only prince they'll find on.
It's pretty slick, Rudolph, even to you.
Isn't it? I just hope it's slick enough to fool the counterspy.
J4 calling, Mr. Harding. A checkup of bond engraving companies reveals that 2 separate orders have been placed by Bourne. Each order is for $3 million worth of negotiable bonds. Examination of the orders proves one letter to be a clever duplicate of the other.
Twice the original amount ordered, huh? And that's the answer to his racket. $3 million to be sold by his government and an equal amount for his own profit.
The bond companies have agreed to stall him as you requested.
Okay. Stand by for further orders. All right, Miss Ferguson, you can send Mr. Bourne in now. Come in, Mr. Bourne.
Thank you. Hope I'm not feeding you from your store. Port working?
Not at all. What can I do for you?
I still think to thank you and Mr. Peters for your kindness in meeting me when I shipped docked the other day.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Peters isn't in right now. He's out on a job.
Thanks. I hope to see him. Mind if I smoke, Mr. Harding?
Not at all. You'll find some cigarettes there.
Clapper, please. I have this case with my own favorite brand.
Will you excuse me?
Sure.
Howdy, Biggie.
All done, Dave. We got into Bourne's room as soon as he left and went over it with the infrared equipment, so there won't be any traces left.
Get anything?
All the fingerprints you wanted. I'm bringing the photographs right down to be developed. One bad break, though. Bourne again shook off the man we had trailing him. No idea where he is now.
I have. Here.
Would you? Boy, if he could hear this call.
I don't think that'd be too good. I'll see you later. Sorry, Mr. Mooney.
It is my fault for taking up your time when you are busy chasing some, how do you say, international racketeers.
No, I'm glad you came. I have some news for you. We've located an old friend of yours here in the United States.
A friend?
Otto Strebling in Chicago. Used to work with you in your country. Remember him?
Of course. But you shouldn't have gone.
Oh, it's no bother at all, Mr. Bourne. Anything to make your visit here a memorable one. I've arranged for Strebling to fly in from Chicago tonight. He'll land at 7.
Could someone please tell me where I can get a cab? Could any? For goodness sake, well, no one happened.
Mr. Otto Strebling.
Yes, I'm Otto.
Darling, how good to see you.
But
Stay along with me. My name is Myra Stevens. I'm a counterspy.
A counterspy? For goodness sake.
No time to explain. I value your life, as I said. Darling, just you come along with me. My car is right outside. Now into this house, Mr. Strebling.
All right, but why do we have to be so careful? Is there anything on the line?
I told you and Vorney are both in danger.
You are taking me to my old friend, Mr. Vorney, aren't you?
Yes, he's being hidden here until we catch the foreign agents we're after. All right, get inside.
All right, you don't have to poke at me with it. For goodness sake, why do you point that gun at me?
Why do people usually point guns, stupid? Now go on to the next room.
But you said you would take me to my friend.
That's just what I'm doing. He's right in here. There you are, Otto, old boy. Mr. Vorney.
Well, but for goodness sake, he is all tied up in his feet.
We tried to convince him he should sign some papers. Maybe now when he sees you, he'll behave.
You are not with the counterfeit.
Stay where you are. I may wear a fish bob, but I can shoot pretty good at close range.
You lied to me.
Not entirely. In a way, I am with the counterspy. At least my boss, Rudolph, is. Yeah, at this very minute, he's having dinner with David Harding, head of the counterspy. Setting up a perfect alibi for himself.
Mr. Harding, when I invited you to dinner...
We'll have our dinner, Mr. Bourne. But first, I thought you'd like to see how we make an arrest in this country.
Of course, but...
A call I received just before we left was from my agents. They followed the girl accomplice of a certain criminal to a house here in the suburbs. This house, as a matter of fact. Yes? Come along, Mr. Bourne. I'm sure you'll be interested.
After you, Mr. Harding.
Oh, no, Mr. Bourne. After you.
Vorney, wake up. Rudolph.
Mr. Harding,
Harding? What kind of thing is it? I take up out of here, like you said.
You fool. That is not Spotto. That's Harry Peters, one of Harding's men.
Counterspy.
I'll take that gun.
No, you don't.
All right, Peters, you can untie Mr. Bourne now. And as for you, Mr. Rudolph, you're under arrest.
On what charge, Mr. Harding?
The kidnapping of Mr. Bourne, forging official documents, and...
But, Mr. Harding, I'm not responsible for what this woman did.
You double-crossed jerk. You're not passing the buck to me on this. Listen, Harding, this guy's already killed 2 men, and before I'm done talking...
All right, you'll get your chance to talk. We already have all the proof we need. You see, Rudolph, your clever trick with the cigarette case didn't work. We'd already gotten your fingerprints in your apartment. You simply gave away the fact that the real envoy was here, too.
And you thought you were so slick, mastermind.
He was, but not clever enough. He fell for the story that an old friend of Bourne's was coming and led my men here just as we expected.
All right, Mr. Harding. Let's get it over with. Let's go.
Certainly, Rudolph. Oh, I did promise you a dinner, didn't I? Well, you'll get it. It'll be interesting to get the opinion of a gourmet like yourself, Rudolph, on the food served in our federal prisons.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glass full, but 2. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi Cola, hits the spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the Society Swindler.
Time, said the master criminal, had to be treated just right, and time meant 2 things, money and death. Yet in the end, it was time that trapped him, for time is not the exclusive weapon of crime, but used, too, by your counterspies to catch the man I call the Society Swindler.
Case of the Society Swindler on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
It's another case for Nick Connor, just the detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's curious adventure,
The Slingshot Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
In just a moment, we'll find out how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Slingshot Murders. But first, here's something worth thinking about. A lovely home adds to the joy of living. And just as thousands of American homemakers have brought new beauty to their walls with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, so are they learning that Linex self-polishing wax gives their floors a subtly new luster without tiresome rubbing. Easily wiped on, Linex self-polishing wax dries to a tough, elastic finish that resists wear amazingly because it contains so much genuine carnauba wax with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. It resists water and dirt, too, so that soil is safely removed from the surface with a damp cloth or mild suds. And Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seals on each bottle, have proved this. Ask for Linex self-polishing wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in Nick's office, where he and Patsy are having a good-natured argument. Good-natured, that is, until about now.
But, Nick, I don't think that's true. Take me, for example. Since I've been working with you, I've learned to observe things I never saw before.
Perhaps, Patsy, you've undoubtedly improved while you've been my assistant, but I still say that you really see very little that goes on around you, in spite of all my training.
Oh, Nick, anybody would think that I...
All right, Patsy, let's see. How many steps are there from the sidewalk up to the front door of your house?
Why, there are... Let me see, there
How
are...
high up the floor are the windows in your bedroom?
There are about 2. No, 1.5.
What color's the 2-cent stamp?
Red.
Good for you. Thought you were going to say chartreuse.
Nicholas Carter's office. Is Mr. Carter there? Oh, right, you too, Sure. How are you, Miss Bowen? I'm fine, thanks. How are things with you? Pretty good. Can I talk to Nick? Of course, Penny. Here he is.
Hello, Penny. How's my special assistant this afternoon?
That's what I called you up about, Nick. I think there's going on down here. Could you come over?
Well, what is it, Penny? Trouble?
Nick, I don't know, but it looks bad to me.
Well, can't you tell me what it is?
Not on the phone, Nick. You know, you always told me to be careful what I said on the phone. Some of the gang might be listening in.
That's quite right, Penny. All right, I'll take you down over there. You at your newsstand?
Yeah. Park your car down the block away so they can't see it. I'll be waiting.
Okay, Penny, be down right away. So long.
Oh, what was that all about, Nick? Sounded very important.
Penny thought it was important, too, but he wouldn't say what it was. He's seen something and thinks I ought to know about it.
Oh, that's what you get for being a hero, Nick. He thinks you're just about the greatest guy in the world. His ambition in life is to be a great detective like you.
Yes, I know it. And ever since his old man died in my arms, I've started to have a sort of keep an eye on him. And he's smart, too. He never forgets things I've told him about how to see what goes on around him. Some people I know, not so very far from here, could profit by his example.
Okay, Mr. Carter, okay. Get in your car and be on your way. Leave me to a little peace and quiet here. You and your wise trash.
Very well, Patsy. Since I'm not wanted here, I'll go call on Penny. I hope he's got something more exciting up his sleeve than I think he has.
Nick, I thought you were never coming.
Sorry, Penny, but you know how traffic is.
Sure, I know. Come around the back of the stand, Nick, so nobody will see us talking together.
Okay, Penny. Now, what's up?
You see across the street there? You see the bank?
Yes.
And you see the empty stores on each side of the bank?
Yes.
Well, a little while ago, a big black sedan pulled up and two guys got out and went into the vacant store on this side of the bank. And two more guys got out and went into the empty store on the other side. Then the sedan drove away and left the four guys there.
That's odd. Any idea what might be going on?
Well, Nick, there's several factories around here, and today's the day the bank downtown sends the money to this bank for the payroll. Tomorrow, Friday, you know.
I see what you mean, Penny. You think those men may be planning to hold up the bank when the money gets here, huh?
Yeah, gosh, Nick, don't it look like that to you?
Could be, Penny. Yes, does look suspicious. But Penny, robbery's not in my line. This is a job for Lieutenant Riley in the city police. I'll give him a ring and tell him what you saw.
You'll have to hurry, Nick. It's almost 4 o'clock, and that's when the car comes to the minute.
Well, I'll phone Riley now. Maybe he can get one of the squad cars.
There comes up!
Yes, and I'm a car, all right. And it's stopping in front of the bank.
They're starting to unload the money, and they don't know that
Wait here. I'll warn them, man. Go back, Penny. Keep out of the way. I'll see if I can help the guys by picking up some of the thugs with my gun.
Look out, Nick. Don't get yourself killed.
I won't. I'll stay behind this pole.
Look out, run, Nick.
I think so, but Sam...
Nick, are you good? Are you, Nick? You're good. Oh, Nick, something hurt my leg. Nick, look at Louise. Nick, we didn't stop him.
But, Doc, I tell you there's nothing wrong with me. Eh? Nothing except that you lost about a quart of blood. There's a nasty hole in the side of your neck. I can't stay here doing nothing. I've got to get up to those thugs. I've got to get out of here.
Just tell me, are you hurt, Daddy?
Oh, it's only a scratch, Patsy. But this sawbones wants to keep me here cooped up like a pet rabbit.
How is he, Doctor?
He's got a bad hole in the side of his neck. Let's see, Philo, he'll get over it, but he's lost a lot of blood, too. He's got to be quiet and good natured. Now, look, Doc, look. Nature's going to have a tough time doing anything for me if you keep me here worrying because I can't get out.
Nick, you're going to stay here and like it.
Good girl.
If you don't behave, I'll call some attendants and have them undress you. Then you'll have to stay here whether you like it or not.
But, Patsy, I tell you, there's not... Oh, that's Penny. What's you doing here?
I want to see Nick.
Here I am, Penny. I'm coming, son.
You get right back in that bed, Nick, Carter. If you don't...
Sorry, Patsy, but Penny wants me. Why, Penny, what happened to you?
Oh, nothing much, Nick. A bullet got me in the leg, that's all.
That's all. Well, that's enough. Are you hurt bad, son?
No, Doc says I'll be all right in a few days. But I got something to tell you, Nick.
What is it, son?
You know when I yelled at you just before you got shot?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I saw a guy standing in the window of a house across the street from the bank. Must have been a lookout or something. And just as I looked up, I saw him aim at you. So I yelled when he fired.
Did you get a good look at him, Penny?
No, but I know which window it was.
Good boy. Which one was it?
You'll see. I busted it with my slingshot so you know it. I could have marred a right to it. And on the first shot, too. I thought maybe you'd find a clue there, if you looked.
Penny, you're a wonder. I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
It was a window on the third floor of a brown house. You can't miss it.
Yes, sir, Penny, I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
Nick, are you going to get back to bed or do I...
I can't go back to bed, Patsy. I've got to go places. Things to do. Can't let Penny down, not after the way you fix things up for me.
Yes.
Yes, Penny?
Take this with you, Nick. It's as good as a gun sometimes. I use it a lot.
Why, well, thanks, Penny. That slingshot of yours may come in handy. I'll keep it right where I can get at it fast if I need it.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Are you all right?
I certainly am all right. You got any other gang?
No, Nick, we didn't. We found the car they were in. Wrecked 6 blocks away, but there was nobody in it. The car was stolen, too, so that's no help.
Did they get much?
Yes. 3 guys were killed, one in the hospital, and $100,000 in small bills is missing. That's all I know. Now you've got a lead in the world right now.
Well, I have, thanks to Penny here.
Penny? Who's Penny?
My assistant, and one of the best assistants the man's ever had. He just gave me some dope that may crack the whole case wide open.
What is it, man? Tell me quick.
Not yet, Riley. This is confidential between Penny and me.
Huh?
If it works out, I'll let you know. Well, Penny, so long. I'll be seeing you.
So long, running up the Kid Rock. Nick Carter, where are you going now?
I'm hot on the trail, Patsy, and nothing can stop me.
Well, if I can't stop you, at least I'm going with you. You certainly can't have a car in your condition.
Okay, then, come on. Time for racing.
Look, don't you need some help, Nick? I'll send some of the boys with you.
No, Annie, this is a one-man job, and I'm the man who's going to try to do it. Patsy, I wish you hadn't come. There may be trouble.
You may just as well save your berth, Mr. Carter, because I'm going wherever you're going, and that's that. You can't drive in your condition.
I could if you'd let me.
Well, I'm not going to let you, so that's that.
I don't know what gets into you women. When you make up your minds, a team of horses couldn't change it.
You ready to tell me where you're going? I can't keep on driving blindly all around the city, Nick.
All right. I give up. I'm going back to the scene of the robbery.
What are you going to do there?
That, my nosy young friend, is strictly my business.
Okay. But I'd feel a lot safer if I knew what you were planning to do.
Start now. You can pull up just around the corner from the bank. I'll get out there. Then you go back to the office.
How will you get that?
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
I hope so. Is this where you want to go?
Yes, drop me here. Now remember, you. Back to the office.
Okay, bully. But I don't like you going anywhere alone as weak as you are.
Experience counts in this business, Patsy, not muscle. I'll get going. I've got work to do. So Nick is going alone to investigate the house where the killers were who shot him. Does he have any idea what dangers lie ahead of him? And will he find any clues to the killers? We'll see in just a moment. Have you been wishing for a furniture polish that will clean your furniture too? Linex Clean Polish, the modern protection for your furniture's beauty, saves one complete step by cleaning as it polishes, without tires and rubbing. Learn firsthand how much time and effort Linex Clean Polish saves. Linex Clean Polish removes that cloudy dust and polish accumulation in one quick, easy application that also does away with fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. And Linex Clean Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. So try it and see how simple it can be to clean and polish your furniture at the same time. Ask your dealer for Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clean Polish. You'll find it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where all three great home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, are featured. And now, back to our story. We left Nick, weak from loss of blood, climbing the stairs to the fourth floor of the old tenement house, trying to find some clue to the killers who shot him and robbed the bank. As we rejoin him, he's nearly reached the top. I wish it wasn't the fourth floor. I don't feel as ambitious as I did. Well, that's a break. Only one apartment on the street side. And there's someone home, judging by the light under the door. Here goes.
Well, what do you want?
I'm investigating the bank holdup across the street this afternoon.
Bank holdup?
Yes. You knew the bank was held up, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard. I was out working at the time. What do you want to get in here for?
I want to look out of your windows. See, it's like this. You have a witness who says he saw the whole thing from the window next door on this level. He's a cranky old guy with a reputation for stretching the truth, so I want to check up on him. I'd like to look from your windows and see if he really could have seen what he said he did.
Sounds nutty to me. Why don't you look out of his windows?
I did, and I still can't be sure. So I want to check all the windows on this floor.
There ain't no use in... Well, okay, come on in.
Thanks. I won't be long. Mind if I put this window shade up?
Suit yourself.
Well, can't see much from here. I'll try the other window. Can't see anything from here either. Well, I guess the old guy was dreaming. Couldn't see the bank at all with an armored car standing in front of it.
You satisfied now?
So far, yes. Okay to look at the other room, too?
Yeah, I guess so. My wife's in there. I'll see if she's dressed.
Certainly no broken windows in this room. And none of them been repaired either.
Somebody coming in, Mary. You dressed? Okay, Topper, you can go in.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you, lady. I won't be but a minute.
Okay, take your time.
No broken windows here either. Then he must have made a mistake in the window.
How about it, Topper?
I guess the old guy must have... Well, do you have any children in the house?
Sure. No kids? What?
Oh, just saw a marble here on the floor and wondered.
Well, come on. If you've seen all your wants, you better...
Just a minute. I want to take another look at this window. Get your hands up, Flatfoot. Make it snappy.
I don't see it.
Well, you don't, huh? You come up here looking for a broken window, didn't you? And when you didn't find them, you go around poking your fingers in the putty.
Well, really,
Don't
now...
try to kid me. I've been watching you. So you found the window with a soft putty where we put the new pane of glass in. Well, it won't do you no good now.
All right, Slug, I'll take over now. Take honor. So you're Slug's wife?
Yeah.
I'd never have known you in that woman's outfit. Pretty clever.
A lot cleverer than you, copper. You come right up here just begging for it, didn't you? I thought we'd give it to you for keeps out in front of the bank this afternoon, but I'm glad now we didn't. This is going to be more fun. We can make it last longer. Burn him down. Now, Slug. Shooting's too quick. I got a better plan for this dumb punk than that.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. But do you mind if I put my arms down?
Get his gun, Slug. Sure, Jake. Quite a surprise to find us here, copper, ain't it? Never figured we'd hide out right here alongside the bank, did you? And dumb cops probably are searching all over the city, looking for where we went to. And all the time, we're right here. Hey, Jake. This guy's a regular arsenal. 3 guns he's got. I don't care how many he's got. Take them all away from him. Hey, Jake. Look at this. What? He's got 3 guns and a slingshot. Are you kidding? A cop carrying a slingshot around to keep the big bad robbers away. What a dumb mug he is. Oh, look now, Slug, don't take all the Flatfoot weapons away. Where's your manners? Leave him keep the slingshot. Why, sure. Here, Mr. Dick, I'll put it right back in your pocket where it came from. Maybe you'll save your life with it. Look what Santa Claus brought us to play with, Pete.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Where'd he blow in?
Walked right up the stairs all by himself. Look, Copper, did you ever have a lighted cigar butt jammed in your eye? That's just for a starter. Then we're going...
No, you're not. Take one out there, son. Give me that gun, Jake. Give me that or I'll put your arm off.
Stay all right, Jake.
You're going to give it...
Nice work, Slug. You knocked him cold.
Oh, I'll fix him for this. He nearly broke my wrist. Shall I croak him now, Jake? No. Wait till we get ready to leave. Then we'll play games with him. Tie him up, but good. We'll get the stuff ready to move out when the boys bring the car tonight. Then we'll come back here and take care of him. Over on your face, Flatfoot. So I can get the ropes on you. Wouldn't you like to know that we got all that dough hidden in the empty warehouse right next door here? Just a little hole through the wall of the apartment here, and we got a foolproof hideout. Yeah.
Sure, if he was only smart like Jake, I'd be afraid of him.
You're smart as Jake. There, copper. That takes care of you. Try and get out of them ropes.
Hey, what'd you let the Flatfoot in here for anyway, Slug?
Don't be dumb, Pete. If I hadn't, he'd have smelled something funny and come back again with a wagon. Anyways, how'd I know he was wise to the busted glass?
You know, Jake, maybe you weren't so smart at that.
What's it to you?
Well, you thought it was so smart to double back here with the cash and hide out right across the street from the bank, and the first thing, the cop smells his way right up here.
So what? Only one cop come to me, and he ain't walking out of here, is he?
Well, no.
Who's running this business anyway?
You are, Jake. Okay.
All right. Now, Pete, you and me are going back into the warehouse and fix up the stuff ready to leave. Slug, you stay here with the copper. Clean up the joint good. Fingerprints for any kind of junk that might leave a tip. Don't leave nothing. We'll be back when we took care of the dough. Okay, Jake. I'll watch him.
Oh. Fell into it right this time. I should have had somebody standing by just in case. Whoever tied these ropes, nobody was doing. I'll never get out of these. Hands tied together. Elbows tied tight to my body. Oh, my head. Ooh. I wish I'd not as happy as Slug sounds. Hey, it's blood in my hands. A bullet hole in my neck must have opened up. The blood made my hands slippery. Yes, as if it let my hands loose. There. But what good is that? My elbows tied up tight. Oh, if only I had some way to get word out. I get him up here. I can't shout. Slug would hear me and bump me off quick. Oh, if only I had a gun, I could... but Slug took them. Only I had... I do have one weapon left. Pen slingshot. Slingshot. Yes, shoot something into the street through the window. Somebody might find it. Shoot something. What? Shoot what?
badge, but I certainly need it now. No, I can't get in the pocket. Well, let's tear it open. There. Ah, got it. Now for the slingshot. The outside pocket. Now, if I can stretch my arms far enough apart to shoot this badge through the window, I can... What's that? What's that? Hey, copper, what are you trying to... The guy's still out cold. He couldn't have done nothing. But somebody broke that window. Maybe the dick's only faking. Maybe he ain't really out. Let me take a look. Gosh. Here you go. Oh, what a break. He's out cold. I thought he wasn't coming close enough so I could grab his leg, but he did. Lady luck must be on my side today. Just luck his head hit him the radiator that way. Now, if I can wriggle over there and get his gun. Just a little more. Up. Jake will be back any minute. I got that gun before. There. Now, if I can roll back under the bed before Jake gets here. So far, so good. Lady Luck, stay with me. Sergeant, what happened? Sergeant! Hey, look, Jake, the cop is gone. And Spud's out cold. I thought I told you guys to tie that flatfoot up so he couldn't move. We did, Jake. Yeah, it looks like you did. Come on, maybe we can catch him outside before he gets away. Yeah. Hey, Jake, look, the door's still locked here. The Dick couldn't have got out this way. Oh, he didn't get out the way we come in. He must still be here. Look at him. Up with your hands, both of you. What are you? He's got a gun. Stand up, I said. I'm not pulling. That's just a warning. I said I'm not pulling. Now drop your guns to the floor. Both of you. We better do it, Jake. He means business. Good idea. Drop those guns fast. Okay, you win. For now. Drop the other one, Jake. I know you have two of them. Here. Thanks. Good. Now, Pete, slowly and easily. Kick the guns over toward me. Okay. Now, stay where you are. I'll kick those guns over. That's better. Now what? Want us to untie you? No, I want you to stay right there. And I'll stay right here.
Wait a minute. It's all right, Jake. He can't last long now. All we got to do is wait here till he falls over. He's lost so much blood now he can't hardly sit up.
Sure. How do you think you're going to hold out, copper?
Long enough to see you three thugs in jail.
I bet that don't nobody know you're up here. So how do you expect to be rescued?
I sent a messenger out the window to tell my friends I'm here waiting for them.
Hey, look, Jake, the window is busted.
Tell me, this flatfoot will be out cold long before anybody comes up here. Unless it's the boys with a car come to take us out of here. You, think you can last that long, copper?
Yeah, you'll never be able to hold that gun on us for another 2 hours. You might as well give up now, copper.
Think so? I want to take you three mugs in so bad, I'll wait all night. I have to. Get back? I can see you. Don't you try any funny business with me?
He's almost gone, Jake. Another couple of minutes and he'll be out like a light.
Yeah. As soon as he drops that gun, we'll rush him. I don't know how he lasted this long.
Stay right there. Stay there, both of you. I can wait. Just as long as...
Now, he's gone. Come on. Come on, everything. You get your hands up, you mother.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Riley.
What's going on here, Nick?
These are the thugs that dug up the bank.
Oh.
Money's in the warehouse next door.
You're no wonder, Nick. Take care of these fellas, Sergeant. Send a couple of men to get the money out of the warehouse, like Dick says.
Oh, Nick, I've been so afraid for you. Did they hurt you?
Well, I'm all right, Patsy. Just a little tired.
She's a great girl, that Patsy. When she left you, she phoned me and told me what you were trying to do, Nick. So I got some of the men together and killed as quick as I could. We got a flat tire, or we'd have been here sooner. And looky, here's your badge, Nick. Little Ben's but as good as new.
Thanks, Riley. Lucky you found it.
It wasn't you that found it. It was Patsy herself here.
You found it, Patsy?
Yes, Nick. And Riley spotted the broken window when we came up. But don't ever let me hear you say again that I'm not observant. Maybe I don't know how many steps there are in front of my house. But when it comes to things that count, I can see them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. How often you've had floors or woodwork surfaces ruined when hot grease, alcohol, fruit acid, perfume, or boiling water was spilled? Linex Clear Gloss, the modern protection for linoleum and all wood surfaces, resists all these liquids and at the same time keeps dirt on the surface where it's easily wiped away. And Linex Clear Gloss provides a really lasting protection for your floors and woodwork. A tough yet lustrous surface that wears and wears. Yet Linex Clear Gloss is easy to apply, for it flows on readily and evenly without brush marks, drying to a glossy finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. That's why thousands of American homemakers depend upon this sparkling, transparent finish to keep their homes bright and shiny. Get Linex Clear Gloss now at your nearest paint, hardware, or department store. If your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brightness, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about next week's adventure, Nick? Got something exciting coming up?
I certainly have, Ken. If you take a transcontinental train stalled high in the mountains in a raging blizzard and mix it with the murder of an opera singer and her maid...
And add the theft of $150,000 worth of jewels from the said opera singer. And a snow slide down the mountain right where the train is stalled.
And you have the puzzle and crime that I was up against.
Sounds pretty complicated to me, Nick. How'd you find the solution?
Well, the solution depended on 2 things. A broken bottle of perfume and a chow dog that was lost in the snow.
You certainly make it sound attractive. Did it work out okay?
You should ask that. No, Nick.
Sorry. What do you call the story?
I call it Murder on Mad Mountain.
Or the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. This is Mutual.
The National Broadcasting Company wishes to call your attention to a program regularly heard on Monday evenings at 10 p.m. New York time over most of these stations. We invite you now to listen, evaluate, and perhaps become a fan of this regularly scheduled Monday night program. Here then, for your approval, is Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. Tonight's story began when one man tried to destroy another with the strangest weapon of all, darkness.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy and Randy Stone.
When your job is to walk into the darkness and discover what makes a city tick, you pick up some mighty strange friends. The winos dreaming of a muscatel paradise in cold, dark doorways. The petty larceny boys with their fast deals. The painted little dames defying the world with their brassy laughter. The homeless and the hopeless. In the city, the night is for the lost. Sometimes you feel a hunger to be with someone of the everyday world, some nice, well-adjusted soul who's got a reason for waking up tomorrow morning. I guess that's why I dropped in to see Bessie Chatfield tonight. Bessie, a little gray-haired librarian who has charge of a small storefront library on Huron Street. No one around this time of night but Bessie and a young fellow in a gray raincoat alone at a reading table.
We haven't seen you. Oh, in such a long time.
Well, since Forever Amber, you haven't had the kind of high-type literature that interests me.
And when you finally do drop in, look what time you get here. 10 o'clock. Right when I have to go over and start turning off the lights.
Oh, I timed it that way so I could get you behind these bookcases away from that fellow at the reading desk.
I'm afraid your timing is about 35 years off, Mr. Stone. Oh, these light switches, why do they always put them so high up?
Aren't you going to tell that fellow it's time to go home?
This is the way we tell them. We flick off the lights and then flick them on again. First, off like this.
No! Don't do that, no!
What?
Turn the lights on quick. Let me handle this.
What was the idea of doing that, mister? Is that supposed to be smart or something?
Oh, now take it easy, fella.
Or did he pay you to do it? Is that the deal?
Hmm?
You tell George Brewster that the game doesn't amuse me anymore. You tell him if he keeps it up, I'll kill him.
I turned the lights out. It's closing time.
What? Closing time? Oh. Yes, of course.
What's wrong with you, buddy? Are you sick or
Sick.
something?
Yeah, that's me. Sick. Only mine is a childhood disease. Childhood.
Now, what in the world was that?
Ever seen before?
He's come in a couple of times this week. Spent all his time reading some reference books at the table. Seemed to be such a nice, polite young man. Considerate, kindly.
Let's take a look at those books.
Oh, my heavens. My heart is beating a mile a minute. And did you see his face? It frightened me.
He was even more scared than we were.
Of what?
These are the books he was reading?
Yes.
The Mind in Limbo, Abnormal Psychology, Modern Psychiatry.
Why would he want books like this?
Maybe he was looking for somebody in these books.
Who?
Himself, Bessie. Probably himself. Bessie was pretty upset, so after she locked up for the night, I started walking her to the elevated station over on Lake Street. We'd walked a couple of blocks through the dark, empty streets when suddenly Bessie grabbed my arm.
Mr. Stone.
What?
That man down the street, looking into that store window. That's him.
Oh, yes, same gray raincoat, same lad.
And look, Mr. Stone. What's that in his hand?
It's a piece of pipe or something.
He's breaking that store window.
Yes, you wait right here, honey.
Oh, be careful, Mr. Stone. Be careful.
The fellow was reaching through the broken window glass for whatever it was that had struck his fancy. He heard me coming and he turned toward me. One streetlight did something to his face. It seemed twisted and torn. Blood was running down his hand where the glass had cut him. Then I saw what he'd taken from the window. A gun. What's the idea, pal? He spun around and he started running for the elevated station down the block. And in the best tradition of the Rover boys, I stayed right on his tail. He turned back to see how I was doing and stumbled over a trash can near the curb. I caught up with him, grabbing his arm.
Let go of me. Leave me alone. Let go of me.
He slashed the gun across my face and began running again. I stopped long enough to take a quick inventory of my teeth. Up above, I heard the elevator train coming into the station. The young fellow had reached the station steps and was going up fast, trying to make that train. I reached for one of his legs. He turned and gave it to me right in the stomach. I folded up, and I just sat there, listening to the train pull away with the fellow on it, and remembering what Bessie had said about him being such a nice, polite young man. After a while, I began to feel somewhat human again. I notified the police what had happened, and they sent a squad car out. After they left, I remembered something. A name this nice, polite young man had been throwing around. George Brewster. I found a phone book in a cigar store. There were 3 George Brewsters. The first number didn't answer. I tried the second.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to George Brewster.
Oh, he's not in right now. Is there any message?
Who is this?
I'm his sister. Is anything wrong?
Well, if this is the right George Brewster, something is wrong. Is there any reason why a young fellow would want to kill your brother?
Oh, that would be Morrison. Oh, I warned George.
Morrison, huh?
Tom Morrison.
Where does he live?
Our old apartment, 612 Hamlin Avenue. What makes you think he wants to kill George?
Well, this character broke into a store tonight and stole a gun. I sort of think he had your brother in mind when he did it.
Oh, no. What am I going
Well, lady, I know what I'm going to do. As fast as I hang up and can get another nickel into this phone, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, I feel so bad. It's not really Morrison's fault, poor man.
No. He's just a prince of a fellow. Goodbye, lady. I've got to make that call. But then it turned out I didn't have a nickel. And on the way to the counter for change, I started wondering why the sister of the man he was going to kill felt sorry for Morrison. And why Bessie thought he was such a sweet character. And, well, the night was young. 612 Hamlin Avenue couldn't wait, and I could call the cops later. 612 North Hamlin Avenue was a second-floor flat on the north side. I got there a few minutes after 11. All the windows were lit up. I rang the bell and waited. I felt a little bead of sweat zigzagging down my face like it didn't have any place to go.
Yes? Oh, it's you?
No, let's not close the door just yet. In fact, let's push it open all the way.
What do you want?
My 2 front teeth and a few ribs.
Get out of here.
Now, look, pal, don't tempt me.
Wait a minute.
Now, look. I can't against my better judgment to listen to what you've got to say. If I leave now, the only place I'm going is the nearest police station.
Police station. I guess maybe that would be the best. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Yes, I get it. I guess you better call the police, mister.
What do you think you're doing? Calling my bluff?
The phone's right behind you.
Okay, buddy. You asked for it. You're sure this is the way you want it?
Yeah, it's better this way. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't want to kill him.
George Brewster?
Yes, George Brewster. I know how it'll end if he doesn't stop.
Stop what?
You call the police, mister. You'd be doing me a favor.
Since when have I got to do you favors?
Why aren't you calling?
I'm an Eagle Scout in good standing, and I haven't done my good deed for today.
Well, you can't help me, whoever you are.
Stone is the name. What makes you so sure that I can't?
Thanks for even wanting to. After the bad time I gave you.
Bad time? That's the understatement of the year.
Well, I was panic-stricken. He's got me half crazy.
What have you got to lose if you tell me about it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I don't know. I'm like a drowning man grasping at straws. Look, maybe if you talk to Brewster, told him what he's doing to me, maybe then he'd leave me alone.
Well, you never can tell, but I'd have to know what I'm talking about.
Quite a story, mister. These lights. Look at them. Bright as the sun, aren't they? Lamps, overhead chandeliers, just look at them.
I hate to see your light bills.
Well, like some men need drugs. That's how I need these lights.
Come again?
My sanity depends on it.
On these lights?
Yes. You see, it's a sickness. They've even got a name for it. Noctophobia, it's called. It's fear of darkness.
Fear of darkness? But that's for kids. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I quite agree. Kids or neurotic women. But in a man of my age, it's quite ridiculous. Only when the day starts drawing to a close. When the night starts crowding in.
Have you been to doctors?
Sure, I've been to doctors. They tell me I shouldn't feel too badly. Plenty of people with my trouble. Hangover from childhood. An illness like heart trouble is an illness. I'll take the heart trouble.
Maybe you haven't gone to the right kind of doctor. Maybe psychiatry could help you.
Nothing's going to help me. George Brewster's going to see to that.
What about this Brewster?
He's trying to destroy me. With the strangest weapon of all.
The strangest weapon of all?
Yes. His weapon is the night.
NBC is bringing you an encore performance of Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Before continuing with our story, here is the star of another NBC program, Brian Donlevy.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be listening here with you to Night Beat. This encore performance is NBC's way of introducing you to one of its regularly scheduled Monday night broadcasts. If you're enjoying Night Beat today, why not make it a habit to listen to the series each week in its regular time period? You'll find Night Beat just ahead of my own adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, every Monday. So, if you enjoy adventure and mystery, give a listen to Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment tomorrow night and every Monday night on most of these NBC stations. But now, let's listen again to Randy Stone.
It was a weird feeling standing in Morrison's brilliantly lighted parlor listening to him tell me about his terror of darkness. A sturdy, healthy-looking man trapped by a childhood nightmare. I felt guilty listening to him, like I was eavesdropping into a dark corner of his mind that was nobody's business but his own. And yet he had to tell me because he needed help, because George Brewster was using Morrison's fear to destroy him.
I was sent to Chicago by our company to replace Brewster. Until he found out why I was here, he couldn't do enough for me. He even got me this apartment.
Oh, greater love hath no man.
Then he found out what the setup was, and he changed fast enough.
How did he find out about this fear of yours?
I'm trying to tell you how. The other night, the two of us were working alone in the big vault down at the office, working on some old account. And the overhead light, it blew out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was so sudden, I couldn't help myself. I tried to keep calm, but it's like something tearing me to pieces inside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't. Finally, I had to run.
So he found out about it?
No, he wasn't sure. But it started him thinking.
Yeah?
The next afternoon, he came over to my desk. He was jovial, friendly, like he'd been in the beginning, saying we'd been at each other's throats long enough, inviting me to have dinner with him that night. Right from work, we went to his favorite spot on the north side. It was a place called the Catacombs. I began feeling uneasy the moment I entered.
How do you like this place, Tom?
That's okay. It's fine.
Been a favorite of mine for years. One spot in particular, the wine cellar. How do you feel about wine?
I like it all right.
Come on with me. I'm a wine man from way back.
Oh, say, George, I wanted to talk to you about that little outburst last night.
They have a different wine cellar with a different temperature for each type of wine.
I haven't been sleeping very well, you see.
Me? I prefer Riesling myself. Here we are.
Huh?
The white wine cellar. We'll select our own brand for our supper. Here, I'll open the door. This is a privilege only an old customer like me can get away with. Come on.
Dark down there.
That's why they've got this candle here on the ledge. Got a match? A match, Tom?
Yeah. Here.
Okay. Get this candle going. Good. Now, let's go downstairs.
George, you think we should do this on our own?
Done it hundreds of times. Been coming here for the last 10 years. Now, let's go down these stairs. Careful.
I was explaining about last night.
Candle casts funny shadows, doesn't it? Notice how cool it is? 20 feet below street level.
Look, I want to talk to you about last night, George. I don't want any misunderstanding. It's just that I've been working pretty hard.
Look, Tom, would it make you feel any better if you showed me you're not afraid of the dark? Okay. I'll blow out the candle.
Just what are you trying to prove, Brewster?
Nothing at all. It's your idea.
Where are those matches I gave you?
You gave me some matches? I must have lost them.
It's not going to work, Brewster. I'm not insane, you know. I can stay down here until you're quite satisfied.
Funny, isn't it? About the darkness. The way it seems to close in on you. The way you start thinking you can't breathe. I can see how someone could... What's the matter?
This is ridiculous.
Something so suffocating about a dark room.
Stop it. Stop it.
Only the heavy, smothering blackness.
Stop it.
Where are you going, Tom? Anything wrong?
Anything wrong? Anything wrong?
Anything wrong? I ran out of that cellar like a scared kid.
That was a rotten thing for him to do. Like a kid playing Halloween jokes.
He's fighting for his job, Stone. He's not so young anymore. He can't start all over again. So he'll do anything.
Great.
I'm sure he's told the people down at work. I'm sure they're all laughing at me behind my back. You don't know what that does to me.
I can imagine.
Today I found a new desk lamp on my desk, courtesy of George Brewster. Every day, something like that.
Did you ask him why he's doing it?
He won't admit he's doing anything. Says it's all my imagination, that maybe I ought to see a doctor, or better still, maybe a change of climate would help. I'd leave town in a minute. Only my future's at stake, too. And before I let him drive me crazy, I'll kill him.
Well, I'm going now. I'm going to talk to this bird. Where does he live?
Out in the suburbs, Lake Forest. Lives with his sister.
All right, I'll give you a ring as soon as I've seen him.
I hope you can do some good, Mr. Stone.
Yeah. Oh, say. I almost forgot something.
What?
That gun you made off with. Maybe if we're lucky, we can talk the store owner out of pressing charges. I'll try.
It was a crazy thing to do. I was so desperate.
Didn't have done you much good. When they put them in the window, they never loaded. I'll let you in on a secret. If I hadn't known that, I wouldn't have been such a hero coming here tonight.
I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Stone. You can get bullets without a license. The gun's loaded now.
Oh, great. Go and get it for me.
All right. Yes, I want to give it to you. It's in my bedroom.
He started for the bedroom. It was almost like a comedy routine where, after the big build-up, the punchline comes out right on cue. The moment he entered the other room, every light in the house suddenly went out.
What happened to the lights?
Take it easy. Now, where's the fuse box?
I don't know. I've never had occasion to use it. Besides, if it was the fuse, all the lights wouldn't go out. It wasn't you.
Use your head. How could I do it?
I'm getting out of here. The hall light's out, too. Stone.
Maybe something went wrong with the central wiring.
But why should it happen exactly now? Wait.
Huh?
The downstairs apartment. Their lights are on. If it was the wire...
All right. Let's ask them where the fuse box is.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Morrison.
My lights went out. It might be a fuse. Where are the fuse boxes for these apartments, do you know?
Out in the back. I'll get a flashlight and show you. Here we are. The fuse box is right here below our meters. Whenever the people from the light company come out, they have a dickens of a time finding it.
You hold the flashlight steady. Let me take a look.
Wait a minute, Stone. Lower the flashlight just a little.
Huh?
It's not the fuse. Look at the master switch on my meter. And look at the one of Mrs. Graham's.
Why, somebody pulled your switch down to off.
Yes. Yes, someone surely did.
Oh, here, let me push it up. There.
And look upstairs. All your lights are on again.
Probably some kids playing a joke.
How do you suppose the rascals ever found it? It's so well hidden.
Well, I have a theory all kids come equipped with special radar for finding things like this.
Mrs. Graham, tell this gentleman who used to live in my apartment before I did.
Why?
Tell him.
Why, you know. He even got the apartment for you. Your friend, Mr. Brewster. But what is
Tom, that doesn't prove he did it.
For me, it does, Stone. For me, it does.
Morrison went around to the front of his house and up the stairs to his flat. I waited in the hallway until he came down again. He looked different. His face was hard and set. His eyes were like chunks of glass punched into the flesh.
What are you waiting for, Stone?
Well, when we were so rudely interrupted, you were going for the gun.
I've got it now.
Oh, yeah. Well, hand it over and I'll bring it back.
No, thanks.
Where are you going and what are you going to do?
I'm fighting for my sanity and my life. He's never going to do this to me again. Never.
I can't let you do that.
You're going to have to.
The minute you leave here, I'm going to call every cop in the book.
Yes, that's what you do, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'd better give you the gun.
This could become habit for me. I dropped to my knees in the hallway, and then the hallway subdivided like something under a microscope, and there were 2 hallways, and then there were 4. And then everywhere I looked, there were hallways. Morrison tried to push me aside to get by me, only it was a whole circle of Morrisons. I grabbed at his legs to hold him back. It was like grabbing at a centipede. And then all the Morrisons and all the hallways brought all their guns down on my one poor head. And that was it, brothers and sisters, that was it.
Feeling better, Mr. Stone?
Oh, if I felt any better, I'd call the embalmer. Oh, what a business.
I heard a commotion, and I came out, and you were lying here.
Is this a head or a cantaloupe?
Oh, how did it happen, and where's Mr. Morrison?
Oh, Morrison, yeah. How long ago did you hear this commotion?
Just a couple of minutes ago. Oh, you came out of it real fast.
Yeah, unironed Constitution. Have you got a phone?
Yes, but don't you think you're better?
Come on, lady, grab my head, put it back on nice and neat, and let's get to that phone.
Hello?
This is the fellow who called you before, Miss Brewster, about Morrison and your brother.
Oh, yes.
He's not there yet, huh?
No, my mother is...
I don't mean your brother. I mean Morrison.
What? No.
Yes, he sure is. Now, give me your address. The minute you hang up, get away from your house as fast as you can. Morrison's got a gun. He's half crazy.
Maybe we should call the police.
Maybe we should, but I'm not going to. They'd throw the book at him 10 years for attempted murder. I think I can stop him before he does anything.
I can't tell you how sorry I am about this.
Lady, you and your brother should be. The cab got me out to their Lake Forest house in less than 20 minutes. The house was on a hill, and a flagstone path wound round and round for a city block until it reached the front porch. As I ran up the walk, my head started rattling like a handful of pennies in a tin cup. I felt weak and tired. All the time I tried not to think about what I might find when I reached the house. And now I was at the end of the path, walking toward the front porch. A nerve deep in my throat started jangling like a burglar alarm. The house was in darkness. Morrison was standing beneath a little porch light, his gun pointed right at me.
You won't quit, will you, Stone?
What have you done with him, Tom?
He hasn't done anything with him yet, Mr. Stone.
Huh? Who?
I'm sitting over here at the end of the porch. I'm George's sister.
Oh. I didn't see you in the dark. Why didn't you get away like I told you?
I won't hurt her. It's him. He'll be coming along soon.
George would never have done what he did. I begged him not to. To take advantage of a man's weakness.
Well, Mr. Brewster is coming home.
What?
His car is stopping at the bottom of the hill. Now he's starting the long climb.
Morrison, listen to
me.
me.
Sit there, the both of you. And I must insist that you be very quiet.
Please listen to me. Please. Please.
Keep coming up that path, Brewster. It's a long, long way.
You must listen to me.
Morrison, waiting near the porch light, the gun in his hand.
George hurt you. We shouldn't have done
Far
that.
below the small figure of George Brewster, making the long, slow climb.
You're going to kill George because he found out about your fears. But don't you see? George is afraid, too, of being 53.
Brewster had stopped at the first landing to catch his breath. Now he was climbing up the path again.
His back was
maybe 100 steps from his death.
He was fighting for his life.
I found myself counting the steps. Closer.
Why are you afraid of the dark, Mr. Morrison? Don't you see? If you weren't afraid, George couldn't hurt you anymore. Please, listen to me.
Keep your voice down. If you try to warn him, you both die, too. Keep coming, Brewster.
What is there to fear
he kept
about
coming.
darkness?
No more than 70 steps
nothing
now.
in itself. All it does is hide the world
going on
for a
and
little
on.
while.
And Brewster getting closer.
If you believe
Less than
in
50
God,
steps now.
if you believe in your
30
own
steps.
soul, how can you fear the
25.
night? What is there in the darkness that can hurt you? There's such peace in the darkness. After the heat of day is gone, the rush, the tumult, the struggle, you can breathe easy again. You can let the tightness inside unwind.
He's almost close enough.
Listen to me. Please listen.
It's not going to work, Miss Brewster. I'm going to try and...
Wait.
Miss Brewster, stay where you are, miss.
No. You must see me in the light.
I tell you, stay where you are.
Tom. Look at her.
I didn't realize.
I'm not afraid. What right have you to fear?
Julie, is that you on the porch?
What right have you to fear, Mr. Morris?
What right?
Phew, what a long climb. I must be getting old. What are you doing here, Morrison? And who's this?
Oh, don't mind me. I just came along for the ride.
What's this all about?
I just came to say goodbye, Brewster.
You leaving?
Yes. I'm going back and tell them you've done a good job here. But it's not fair to replace you after so many years.
You sure nobody scared you away, Morrison?
Well, look at him, Brewster. Does he look like he's afraid? I don't know if Julie cured Morrison of his fear of darkness. Cure is a pretty strong word. But maybe she helped. I kind of think so. I do know this. It's going to be mighty hard for Tom to fear the darkness knowing Julie is not afraid. But neither Tom nor I will ever forget what we saw as that porch light lit up her face. Julie Brewster, who did not fear the darkness, was blind. And now that part of the story they always print in heavy type, the moral. And don't smile so indulgently. Morals are very nice things. Some of my best friends have morals. Seriously, Julie's whole life is a moral in itself. And trying to top it is like trying to follow Al Jolson with a Mammy song. The best you can do is tip your hat to the fellow who wrote, "Out of the night that covers me, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul." He must have had someone like Julie in mind. 4 o'clock in the morning, a stale cup of coffee, a tired sandwich, a story to dictate, and I worry about my unconquerable soul. Humming. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, the new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. David Ellis played Tom. Lorene Tuttle was Ruth. Others in the cast were Charles Seal, Margaret Brayton, and Ruth Parrott. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. NBC has presented for your approval a special edition of Night Beat to acquaint you with this regularly scheduled Monday evening program. If you have enjoyed this repeat broadcast, join the millions of listeners who each Monday tune for adventure and mystery on the regular Night Beat series. Listen then tomorrow night, when again you will hear Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone in another great action-packed story on Night Beat. For music today, hear Harvest of Stars and American Album on NBC.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. Well, it's Christmas Eve. And every year about this time, my business takes a big nosedive. People usually pack up their troubles and start unpacking colored lights and Christmas tree ornaments. So tonight, instead of telling you about one of my hair-raising exploits, we're going to tell you a Christmas story. So with apologies to Mr. Charles Dickens, we'd like to bring you an adaptation of one of his most famous stories, A Christmas Carol. Now, I'd better explain something first. This version isn't exactly the way you've heard it many times before, because the particular type of characters I usually get mixed up with, this story is written to fit their talents and characteristics. Different from the Dickens original, certainly, but we feel that this story could easily happen today, anywhere. Like maybe right here in New York on a little side street just off the Bowery. So now I'd like to introduce our characters. Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge will be played by my good friend and guiding hand of the 5th Precinct Homicide Division,
Lieutenant Walter Levinson.
Walter? Otis. The character of Jacob Marley will be played by one of my dearest friends and constant companions.
Otis, that's you.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Loveloon.
Walt.
Oh, sorry, Helen. Tiny Tim will be played by our corner newsboy.
Johnny Rawlins.
Tiny Tim's mother will be played by my red-headed gal friend.
Helen Asher.
The rest of the characters will be played by members of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Officer O'Reilly. Officer Lund. Officer Lefkowitz.
Sergeant Miller.
The music will be furnished by the 5th Precinct Police Band, directed by Patrolman Worth. And now, our version of the Christmas classic, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, there was a nasty old guy named Ebenezer Scrooge. He was nasty, all right. He didn't like anything, except maybe all the dough he could get his hands on. Scrooge had a little business that he started with his partner, Jacob Marley. The outfit was known as Scrooge and Marley Loan Company. But one day, poor old Marley just up and keeled over. So the boys along the big street gave him a nice funeral, and old Scrooge took over the business. Well, Marley had been dead for 7 years, and Scrooge lived alone in his little room over the office. And for a hobby, he hated everybody. He had a young guy working for him by the name of Bob Cratchit. Bob had a wife and 4 kids and made just enough to make ends meet. Scrooge used to ride him all the time. When it got so cold the polar bears complained, Cratchit would turn on the little heater, and Scrooge would say,
Cratchit, what do you think you're doing?
Turning on the heat, that's what I'm doing. My fingers look like popsicles.
Well, I don't care if they come in 6 delicious flavors. Every time you turn on that heater, it costs me money. Business is not good, so get back to your work and turn off the heat.
Oh, now look, Mr. Scrooge, I'm freezing. Now, this pen ain't guaranteed to ride under ice.
I tell you once more, get back to your work.
Okay, Mr. Scrooge. I don't know why you worry about business. Why not just put up a sign, turn the joint into a skating rink?
Well, this was no time for any decent guy to act like that. It was Christmas Eve. Along about 5 o'clock, into the office came Scrooge's nephew, Fred.
Well, Merry Christmas, Bob. Oh, Merry Christmas, Fred.
You get back to your work, Cratchit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Oh, swell. Merry Christmas. Humbug.
Humbug?
Yeah, humbug. My old man didn't like Christmas, and that's what he used to say. Humbug.
Okay, humbug. But it's still Christmas, and I don't see where you get off not liking it. This is supposed to be the time everybody gets with it. Everything stops. That ain't much good, and you put your arm around the next guy, you tell him Merry Christmas.
I'll put my arm around you with a hammer on the end of it if you don't lay off that goodwill stuff.
Look, what's with you? What have you got against Christmas?
You show me a way to make $100 every Christmas, and I'll fall in love with it. Every time the holidays roll around, nobody pays their bills, and they all run around like they own the Chrysler Building. Look at you. $60 a week, and you're coming on like Rockefeller.
Well, sure, I make a lousy $60, but it ain't easy. But once a year, something happens with everybody in this big world. Well, nearly everybody. Because this is a day that somebody else started to make things right for us, and he had a really tough time doing it. It's more than just remembering. It's feeling. It's all around you. Christmas has got to be merry. Don't you get it?
You want me to be merry?
Well, sure.
Then go get some of these joyous clients of mine to pay off their loans.
The missus asked me to invite you over for dinner tomorrow.
Now, don't hold your breath.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Bob. Merry Christmas, Fred. Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Humbug.
Late that evening, Scrooge went upstairs to his room, the room where Jacob Marley used to stay. It was dark in the little hall, and when Scrooge reached for the door, he looked up at the big brass knocker and saw...
Holy cow. I could have sworn that was old Jake's face in the knocker. I must be working too hard.
So in he went. A little shaky after seeing Jake Marley's face, but he just passed it off his nerves. He closed the door and locked it, then went over and sat down in front of the fireplace. He got a fire going and started to relax. But every tile around the fireplace started looking like Jake Marley's face.
Oh, now, come on, Abe, old boy. You got to get hold of yourself. This is ridiculous, and I haven't touched a drop in weeks.
He got up and walked around the room a few times, then went back and sat down again. He stretched, rested his head on the back of the chair. From somewhere a bell started chiming, and Scrooge sat straight up in his chair. He heard something else, too. Something from downstairs.
What the... Oh, now, what is that? What's going on? Who's that? Come on, who's out there?
Then all of a sudden it came right through the wall.
Jake Marley. Oh, no. I got to stop eating lobster. Oh, it couldn't be. Hey, what's with you? Who are you?
Jake Marley. Who else?
You're dead.
The deadest. But nevertheless, Jake Marley.
His ghost.
You're very sharp today, Scrooge, old boy.
I don't believe it.
You got eyes, ain't you?
Yeah, and I got a bad stomach, too. That's who you are. Nothing but a bad case of indigestion.
You don't think I'm a ghost, huh? Okay, maybe a good scare will change your mind. Whoa!
Oh, no. Stay away from me. I believe you.
You sold on the idea?
Yeah, but why do you got to come to see me?
Regulations. Every man is supposed to live his life and help his buddies. If he don't do it while he's alive, then he's got to do it after he kicks off. Oh!
Now, stop that. Hey, what's with all those chains and things you got wrapped around you?
Oh, these? Well, this here chain is like my life. Each one of these links is something I did wrong.
But why do you have to hold it around with you? Why don't you check it someplace?
Scrooge, old boy, when we was in business together, I never took time out to do any good. I just kept making a buck and figured that was enough. Well, now I got to pay for it. I got to haul this chain around and try to make up for all the things I didn't do when I was alive.
But why come to me?
Because you're going to end up just like me unless we do something in a hurry. Now, I haven't got much time, so you better listen.
Oh, I don't want to be like you. I'll listen.
Okay. You're going to have 3 visitors. You're going to be haunted by 3 spirits.
Oh, no.
It's the only way you can keep from being like me. When you hear that bell strike 1, the first one will be here. Well, I got to be going. You won't see me again, but you remember what I told you. So long, Scrooge, old boy. Your goosebumps can relax now.
After the ghost took off, Scrooge just refused to believe it.
Nuts. It's ridiculous. Humbug.
Then he climbed into the sack and was soon snoring up a storm. When Scrooge awoke, it was still dark, and the bell from the church on 53rd Street was striking 12. He laid awake listening and thinking to himself.
Oh, just a dream. Ghosts. Bah.
Finally, he dropped off again and slept for about an hour. Then the big bell struck 1.
1 o'clock, and I don't see no ghost. I knew it was something I ate.
All of a sudden, a big light flashed in the room. The first of the spirits stood before him.
Oh, Jake was right. Are you the first spirit that Jake said would come to haunt me?
Yeah, you know it.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm the ghost of Christmas past.
Yeah? How long past?
Your past. Come on, we're going to take a walk.
Oh, where are we going?
Just relax. I'm running this tour.
Oh, well, let me get my pants.
You got them.
Hey, they're on me.
With that, the ghost of Christmas past grabbed Scrooge by the hand, and they both flew out of the window. Scrooge nearly lost his upper plate. But before he could yell for help, he was standing in front of a dirty, ramshackle old tenement building.
You know where you are?
Sure, I know where I am. This is where I was brought up. Even the garbage cans are the same.
You had a pretty tough time when you were a kid, didn't you?
The toughest. I wasn't very big, and the rest of the kids in the neighborhood were. I had more black eyes than a crow.
You want to go in?
What for?
To see your folks.
My folks died a long time ago.
They're in there now. Come on.
Well, the ghost took old Scrooge into the building and showed him a Christmas years past when he was a child with his family. Lord, it was tough living in 2 little rooms like that. But Scrooge remembered how wonderful it really was.
What's the matter, Scrooge?
Huh? Oh, got something in my eye.
You were pretty lonely when your folks when they...
Yeah. You know, there was a young kid that came around earlier this evening and sang some carols. I wish...
Yeah, what do you wish?
Oh, nothing.
Come on.
I want to show you another Christmas.
The spirit showed him another Christmas and still another. And you know, no matter how tough Scrooge remembered his childhood had been, it always seemed that Christmas was wonderful. Then the spirit took him to a building down to the river where Scrooge got his first job. They went inside, and seated behind a desk, Scrooge spotted
Fezziwig. Well, I'll be darned. It's old Fezziwig alive again. And there's Dick Wilkins. He was a good boy. We got along great. He liked me.
Okay, everybody, it's Christmas Eve. You can knock off and have yourself a good time. You better lock up, Dick.
Sure, right away, Mr. Fezziwig.
Yeah, don't look so unhappy, Ebenezer. It's Christmas. Come on home with me and tear into a big turkey. All locked up, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Ready, Ebenezer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go and a Merry Christmas, you two.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Mr. Fezziwig. Merry Christmas.
Then the spirit took Scrooge over to Fezziwig's house, and they saw the wonderful party that Mrs. Fezziwig had gotten together. Scrooge watched and remembered, and the spirit said,
Wasn't Fezziwig a stupid, sentimental old goat?
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something. He was a great guy, he was. You know...
What, Scrooge?
I was just thinking about Bob Cratchit, who works for me. I was thinking I'd like to do something for him. You know he's got a wife and 4 kids?
Is that right?
Yeah, 4 kids. Come on, I've seen enough.
Okay, but you gotta see these things if you want to get squared away. And believe me, brother, you need squaring away. Let's go home, Scrooge.
Before he knew it, Scrooge was back in his little room, and the spirit was gone. Scrooge was pretty beat, and he climbed into bed and dropped into a heavy sleep.
Huh? What's that? It's 2:00. Hey, that light in the other room. I got burglars.
Hey, Scrooge. Scrooge, come on in.
Who's that? What are you doing in the other room?
Come on in. Take a look. It's pretty nifty.
Hey, what is this? What have you done to the room? It looks like Macy's window. Where'd you get all the holly and the mistletoe? And how'd you get it in here?
You like it?
Oh, for Pete's sake, a Christmas tree. Who are you?
The ghost of Christmas present. Now, don't tell me you don't like the way I fix things up. I work pretty hard.
Oh, the second ghost. Okay, take me wherever you want to go, but believe me, the next time I try the train.
Come on, let's go. Now, what do you see?
Oh, I see bright-colored lights. People having a lot of fun. Kids on sleighs.
See that building over there, the one with a big wreath on the front door?
I got 2020. That's where Bob Cratchit lives. He works for me. Hey, look, there's Bob now.
Yes, going into the house. Up all those stairs to the 5th floor. And he's got his little boy on his back.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah, got polio last summer. Pretty sick little boy.
I know. Bob said he'd need a lot of care if he was ever going to walk again.
Let's take a peek.
Hi.
Hello, honey. You and Tim have a good time?
Best. Didn't we, Tim?
Yeah, Dad. We watched all the kids in the block on their sleds. Mom, will I ever be able to ride a sled?
Of course, Tim. Won't he, dear?
Sure thing, Roughneck. Next Christmas, you'll be out there doing belly whoppers with the rest of them.
Dad, what's the matter? Your eyes are all wet.
Nothing, Tim. I just got some snow in them.
Want some dinner, Tim?
Oh, Mom, stew for Christmas?
I'm sorry, Tim.
Oh, that's okay, Mom. I like stew.
Bob, will you please say grace?
Can I say something first, Mom?
Of course, Tim. What would you like to say?
God bless us. Everyone.
What's the matter, Scrooge, old boy? Got some snow in your eyes, too?
Tell me something.
Sure, if I can.
What about Tiny Tim?
Oh, can't say for sure. But if his old man makes enough money next year to get the right doctors, little Tim will get along just fine. But times are tough, aren't they, Scrooge?
Yeah.
Now the spirit of Christmas present took Scrooge to many places and showed him a lot of happiness and a lot of misery. And finally, back to his little room, and the spirit was gone.
Oh, I don't know whether I can take much more of this.
Then a new ghost drifted in. This was the worst yet. He was really done up for haunting. He was all dressed in black with one arm sticking out and pointing right at poor old Scrooge. This was the last one of the spirits. Scrooge's knees sounded like castanets on a reducing machine.
Okay, you don't have to tell me. You're the ghost of the Christmas that hasn't come yet. You I'm really scared of.
The ghost took off with Scrooge right after him. The city disappeared, and Scrooge found himself in the outskirts of town, standing in the graveyard. The night was howling like it was mad. And as Scrooge looked down, he saw...
Hey, what's this? What's this stone?
The black spirit stood still and pointed, so Scrooge leaned down and pulled away the bushes and saw it was a tombstone.
There's a name here. Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, no. Look, not this. Believe me, I don't want this. I know I've done wrong, but I'm not kidding. I really know what Christmas means. It doesn't mean just today or tomorrow. It's every day of your life. I swear I'll do better. Only take me away from this. Let me try. Let me try to make Christmas right for me and everybody else. Please don't let this happen. Give me another chance. Well, don't just stand there. Put your arm back in. You'll catch cold. Well, say something.
Suddenly, Scrooge dropped to his knees and reached out for the spirit. But something happened. The spirit started to shrink. Then it collapsed. And when Scrooge looked up...
What the... My bedpost. My own bedpost. I'm home. Oh, thank goodness. I lived the past and the present and the future, and now I'm home. Hallelujah. Spirits, wherever you are, believe me. From now on, things are going to be different. Oh, yeah. And thanks.
Craigford! Morning, Craigford!
Hey, boy!
Yeah?
What day is this?
It's Christmas. What's with you?
Christmas. Oh, boy, I haven't missed it. The spooks did it all in one night. Boy!
Yeah? Oh, it's you, Mr. Scrooge.
How many papers have you got?
I don't know. Why?
Well, here's $5. Throw them away and go have yourself a Merry Christmas.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Scrooge. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, boy, say that again.
Thanks?
No, the other.
You mean Merry Christmas?
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I'm coming. What's the matter with you? Can't you see the store's closed? Look, mister, this is... Ebenezer Scrooge.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
Huh? Hey, you been drinking?
Not a drop. Well, what's the matter with you? Ain't you going to wish me a Merry Christmas?
Wish? Sure. Come on in. Wife's upstairs with her mother, but I got a bottle in the back. I think maybe you better have something strong.
Look, your grocery store's closed, but you could still sell me a turkey, couldn't you?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, you got a couple? They'll just go to waste.
Well, what do you want a turkey for? You've been eating at the automat every Christmas for the last 7 years.
Oh, it's not for me. But nevertheless, I have been invited to my nephew Fred's house for a Christmas dinner.
Well, then who's the bird for? Bob
Cratchit. You know, the young guy that works for me.
Oh, yeah. How much you going to charge him?
Here's $20. That ought to be enough for the bird.
No. It ain't worth that much. You sure you ain't been into something?
Well, if it's too much, give the rest to your kid and have him deliver the turkey to Cratchit's house.
Huh?
Here's the address, and don't tell Cratchit who sent the thing, okay?
Okay.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Well, old Scrooge went back to his rooms and took out an old blue suit out of the mothball. He shook it out, put a few creases in it, and went out into the street. The old boy was really with it. Everybody he passed, he greeted them with, "Merry Christmas."
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
Scrooge went to church and gave a large donation, and Father McCarthy nearly forgot his sermon. And then Scrooge went out on the street again and down into the Bowery.
Oh, God bless you, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Isn't it, though? He kept walking and having a great time. Later that afternoon, he arrived at his nephew's house.
Well, what the... Merry Christmas, Fred. I've come to dinner.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, I brought you some presents.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, don't thank me. It's Christmas, remember?
Oh, my gosh!
Next morning, Scrooge was early at the office. If he could just catch Cratchit coming in late. And he did. Bob was a good 21 minutes late.
Cratchit?
Oh, no.
You're 21 minutes late.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Scrooge. I had a big evening last night.
You did, huh? You know what I told you if I caught you fancy-footing it in here late again.
Okay, so I'm canned.
You think you got it coming?
Oh, I'm too tired to argue, Mr. Scrooge. Jobs are tough enough, and I hate to lose this one, but I'm just too tired.
A raise would help, huh?
That's the silliest question of the year.
Then you got it. It's in that envelope.
Well, what?
Yeah, and maybe after we see how the funds are, we can do something about Tiny Tim.
No, I don't get it. A raise? You want to do something about Tim? I don't get it.
Sure you do, Bob. Haven't you heard? It's Christmas. Now, go on home, take the day off.
Yeah.
Take the week off.
Oh.
Come back when you feel like it. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
And Scrooge really did it. He was as good as his word, better even. He made it the merriest Christmas ever. And later, things got better, and he took care of Tiny Tim. And sure enough, Tim was out on his sled the next Christmas doing belly whoppers with the best of them. Every Christmas thereafter, all along the big street, it was said, if anyone knew how to make Christmas merry, old Ebenezer Scrooge was that one.
And I hope that can really be said about all of us, just like Tiny Tim said.
God bless us, everyone.
That's right, Tim. God bless us, everyone.
Merry Christmas. God bless everyone.
Oh, Rick.
Yes, Helen?
That was wonderful. Not quite the way Dickens wrote it, but it meant the same thing.
Oh, you really like it, baby?
Oh, I loved it. No reason in the world why old Scrooge couldn't have been living right here today. You've got the spirit, and that's what counts. How did you like it, Walt?
Rick, I gotta hand it to you. It was really great.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Otis?
How'd I do in the play?
You were magnificent, Sergeant.
You know, I'll bet if I studied for a couple of weeks, I'd get me a part on Broadway. To be or not to be? That's the question.
Oh, no.
Now, Walt, leave him alone.
Oh, sure. Monsieur Otis.
Huh?
Wouldst thou accompany me over to the punch bowl for a short flagon of nectar?
Sure, I would.
See you later, Helen. Rick? Yeah. Come on, Barrymore. Let's see if the punch bowl fits your head.
Oh, aren't they lovely?
You want something to eat?
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Listen.
They're out here by this window.
Come on, let's go listen.
Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. See the blazing Yule before us, fa la 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus, fa la 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 la. Follow me in merry measure, fa la 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 la. While I tell of Yuletide treasure, fa la 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 la.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful, Rick?
It sure was.
Rick, sing something with them.
Oh, no, honey, I don't want to loss it. Yeah?
Please, Rick, come on.
All right. I tell you what I'll do. Everybody usually sings Christmas songs about snow. I'm going to sing one about sunshine. It's called Melikalikimaka.
Melikalikimaka?
Well, it means Merry Christmas in Hawaiian.
In Hawaii?
Sure. It's a brand new song. They love it over there, and we'll love it here. Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say, and Haoli Maka Hee-Ho. That's our Christmas greeting in Hawaii, and a happy New Year, too. With the hope that Christmas may be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
With the hope that Christmas may be green and bright, the sun to shine by day, and all the stars that night.
Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
Rick, Merry Christmas.
Yes. And a Merry Christmas to everybody.
Oh, come on, ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord.
Down in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, radio station WBRE today is celebrating its silver anniversary of serving the people of the coal country with better programming. From all of us in Hollywood, congratulations to NBC affiliate WBRE on 25 years of broadcasting and best wishes for another 25. Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, will return to the air at a new day and time, Sunday, January 15th. Till then, this is Eddie King relaying our best wishes for the holiday season. Now hear Home for Christmas and Hopalong Cassidy on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. To Dr. Ludwig Zoya, 1241 Leavenworth, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, Edith Hamilton.
No paper?
No caper. Dear Doctor, if I owe you an apology for not keeping you informed on the progress of the assignment and for letting it drag on as long as it has, then I'll have to go on owing you, which makes us even because you don't owe me anything. The start of it was a month ago. 32 days, 8 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds, to be exact.
Ah, Mr. Spade.
Dr. Zoya?
Good to see you. Let me think. How long is it?
3 years since I visited your office. That was when you were my leading suspect in the Denov case.
Ah, yes, poor Denov. It was he who pointed out that we psychoanalysts are not unlike you detectives.
Uh-huh.
We probe, we question, we follow up clues in order to find out what is the dark secret which has nervously disturbed the human mind. But we are limited. We have only our patients' words and our interpretations. Sometimes that is not enough. And that is why I need your help in this particular case.
What case is that, Dr. Sawyer?
Please do not interrupt the free flow of my thoughts.
Pardon me.
Naturally, my ego feels a certain resentment against my id for asking you for your help. What makes me think I need a detective?
Well, my id was just asking my ego the very same question.
Now, you too feel resentment. We must analyze that later. Bring me your dream material. But now to the case.
Oh, yes, okay.
This woman was referred to me by her physician. She has suffered a complete nervous collapse because she thought she recognized a certain person crossing the street. A person she had not seen for years.
Who was that?
My patient's son died under mysterious circumstances 3 years ago, and the woman she thought she saw was her daughter-in-law. Mm-hmm. It was widely reported in the newspapers at the time. Perhaps you remember it. Carter Hamilton?
Carter Hamilton. Oh, Roanoke, Virginia, 1946. The mother accused her son's wife of murdering him. Daughter-in-law was hauled up before the grand jury, but not indicted. Dropped right out of sight afterwards.
Good, you know that case. Well, actually, my patient is suffering from an agonizing sense of guilt. Unconsciously, she thinks that she herself murdered her son.
Did she?
Well, there may be something tangible at the bottom of so profound a feeling of guilt.
You mean you want me to help you convince her that she really is guilty?
No. That is for me. But first, we must find out. What we must find out is somebody else, whether they are guilty.
What? Go all the way to Virginia, solve a crime that's been off the books for 3 years?
No. The daughter-in-law is actually here in San Francisco.
Well, if I remember right, she wasn't the only suspect.
Well, whether she is innocent or guilty is of no importance. It is only important that we know. What? Excuse me. Yes, Miss Case.
Mrs. Hamilton is here, Dr. Zoya.
Oh, good, Miss Case. Send her in. This is my case. I mean, my patient. I want you to meet her. Yes. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
The woman who stood framed in the doorway was a tall, commanding figure, impeccably dressed in black, with an easy $100,000 worth of black pearls wound around her neck and a black veil covering her face. She walked in ahead of you, displaying not a sign of nervousness, and stopped directly in front of me. Very deliberately, she lifted the veil, revealing a youthfully old face, deeply tanned and set off by snow-white hair. Only her enormous violet eyes showed any expression. She stared at me for what seemed like a full minute.
Yes, you do. You look like the other one.
Well, perhaps you had better explain, Mrs. Hamilton.
My daughter-in-law, Edith, was very much in love with another man before she married my son, Carter. He jilted her. Carter was second choice. It was I who talked her into marrying him. That's why I'll never rest until my son's death is avenged.
We must analyze this desire for vengeance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that Edith was dead, stabbed with the same bone-handled hunting knife she used to kill my son.
Oh, yes. Well, no. You just lie down on the couch and relax, Mrs. Hamilton. I'll be with you in a moment. Come, Mr. Speaking. This is a most disturbing new development, her dream. You must get to that girl as soon as possible. Her life may be in danger.
You mean the old lady is mixed up enough to take a shot at her?
Here is the address. And take this briefcase.
Why the briefcase?
Well, there are legal papers in it regarding the Hamilton estate. They require her signature. I had Mrs. Hamilton arrange for you to take them to her instead of the attorney.
I'm supposed to pose as a lawyer. While I'm there, I'm supposed to shake a confession out of her. And while I'm typing it up, I'm a bodyguard. You're getting a lot for your money, Dr. Zoya. I spent the next hour or so in a newspaper morgue briefing myself on the old Hamilton case. The victim, Carter Hamilton, was the 28-year-old tail end of an old Virginia family whose blood was as rich as it was blue. The accounts of the killing were sketchy. At the old plantation, Carter Hamilton had been found one morning by his mother dead in bed of a stab wound. The knife was never turned up. Somebody had wiped everything in the room clean of fingerprints, which sounded like robbery until it was established that nothing was missing. The state was counting heavily on Mrs. Hamilton Sr.'s testimony in their case against the daughter-in-law, but an odd angle I'd forgotten. The old lady had clammed up in front of the grand jury, and the case was dropped for lack of evidence. Then there was a picture. She was the kind of a girl who looks her best in a riding outfit with her freckles showing, and then surprises you by looking even better in full makeup with her shoulders showing. Candid is the word that best describes her features. Large, widely spaced eyes, a generous mouth, and an expression of unaffected sincerity. It was with a certain reluctant eagerness that I kicked myself up Stockton Street to Pine, across Pine to Bush, and up 3 flights of stairs.
Yes?
Mrs. Edith Hamilton?
Yes. You must be from the attorneys. They wired me you were coming. Come in.
Thank you.
Not that I'm in hiding, but I'm curious as to how they got my address. Would you like a drink?
Well, not right now. Can I fix you one?
In about 20 minutes, maybe. I'm still wondering
how they located you? I think the elder Mrs. Hamilton saw you on the streets.
Oh, is she here in San Francisco?
Yes. Is that so surprising?
No, it's a large city. What is surprising is her staying on after learning that I was in town.
She's not very well. In fact, I think she's had some kind of a nervous breakdown.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very fond of her, you know, in spite of everything.
No, I didn't know. Maybe I should explain. I'm a private detective local. I was hired here in San Francisco to bring these papers to you.
Oh, you found me.
I seem to be a little slow introducing myself. I'm sorry. Sam Spade.
Well, if it had to be a detective, I'm glad it's you. But I can't help wondering why they didn't send a lawyer.
Lawyers cost $50 an hour. I only cost 10.
Oh. In the private eye stories, it's always $25 a day and expenses.
I wish those writers would get abreast of the times.
I'm sure they'll catch up. But if you're being paid by the hour, perhaps I can keep you here a little longer.
I'm glad you said that.
You remind me of someone.
Pleasantly, I hope.
Yes. Oh, yes. And sadly, too.
Your husband?
If you don't know about that, I hope you'll never find out.
I'll leave that up to you.
His hair was like yours. He was thinner. And his eyes were blue. Maybe we shouldn't wait till 5 o'clock for that drink.
It was a funny kind of a drink. I'd never been hit by one before, black velvet. After 2 of them, I even began to hate myself a little less. And after the third, I decided there was some mystical connection between the drink and the color of her eyes. Black velvet. I don't know much about music, but the way she went at the piano, you knew she wasn't afraid of it, and probably wasn't afraid of anything. The pieces she played were like her, bold and at the same time delicate. Simple, but with a web of complexities in the background. Brilliant, but always colored with sadness. What's the matter?
I want you to take me someplace.
Where?
Any place. Dinner. I don't care. I just want to go someplace with you. With you.
Hey.
What is it, Sam?
I thought we were going out. I never paid much attention to San Francisco before I met her. It's quite a place. There's a little park up on Russian Hill where you can stand and look out over the houses of the marina to the Golden Gate. There's an island in San Francisco even worse than Alcatraz. It's in the middle of the lake at Flashacker Zoo, and instead of gorillas, the population is nothing but monkeys. There are only 2 laundries in Chinatown. And out at Golden Gate Park, they have a band concert every Sunday afternoon. Maybe it was just the bright weather, but everything looked clean and shiny, as if somebody had taken a scrubbing brush to all the buildings. We even fed seagulls. At first, she never went any further into her past than the day before yesterday. I couldn't very well charge her for the progress I was not making on the case, so when I learned that you'd sent old Mrs. H to a nursing home for a 2-week rest and Edith did not need bodyguarding for the time being, I took a job that took me down to Los Angeles for a few days. I was awful glad to get back, and not because I don't like L.A.
Oh, Sam. Oh, darling, you were gone so long.
Hey, the posies.
Oh, give them to me.
Well, I like that. This is the last time I make a fool out of myself buying flowers.
I'll love them later.
Hey, you're trembling. What happened while I was gone?
What happened to me happened before you went away. You know that. Sam, while you were gone, I had a lot of time and I did a lot of thinking. And I came to a very important decision. There was something I knew I had to tell you. And I wasn't so sure I could get through it.
Oh, look, Angel, it sounds serious. I don't think this is the time.
Oh, but it is. Yes, it is. Here, take it before I change my mind.
What is it?
I wrote it all down. Sit here, facing away from the piano. And don't say anything until you've read it through.
Oh, okay. The opening sentence hit me straight between the eyes. It said, I, Edith Hamilton, of my own free will, make the following confession. It was addressed to the District Attorney of Roanoke, Virginia. And that, Dr. Zoya, was when I headed back to your office. Not to have my head examined, it was too late for that, but to tell you that I was resigning, Miss Caper. On the way, I placed 2 ads in the classified sections of 3 papers. One under office space for rent and one under situations wanted. Ex-private detective desires position as night watchman, prison guard, asylum attendant, or any more pleasant line of work. And I really meant it.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, what is it? You're disturbed.
Disturbed is not the word, Mr. Zoya.
Is it because you've been with her a week and a half and there's yet no progress? Let us analyze the situation.
The whole setup has been rotten from the beginning. You send me to that girl under false pretenses. You tell me to worm my way into her confidence.
Now, one moment. Did I tell you this?
How else did you expect me to get a confession out of her? Should have got the play when that old lady said I looked like a man Edith was once in love with. You thought she'd fall for me, didn't you? You thought I'd take advantage of it, didn't you? Well, you could hire somebody else to make love to her. I'm a detective, not a gigolo.
So she did make a confession to you.
Why do you say that?
When a patient comes to a psychoanalyst for help, a situation develops which we call transference. Now, this means that the doctor represents to the patient someone in whom he can confide, to whom he can unburden himself, such as a parent or a loved one.
Well, then let's not go on with it.
No. Well, at the moment, that is, what you feel toward me at the moment is what we call negative transference. You wish to continue to make love to her, but you feel guilty about it, so you blame me.
Well, what then? What are you driving at?
In this love affair of yours, we have a similar situation. But what she feels for you only resembles love. It is transference. You resemble a former lover.
Yeah.
And that is why it only took a week and a half for her to reveal everything. Oh, sometimes I think I am too ethical. Or too old. Come now. Why don't you tell me? You'll feel better.
There's nothing to tell. She had it written down. I didn't read past the word confession.
Well, what did you do with it?
I destroyed it.
I see. Well?
Now
Miss
what?
Case. Miss Case, what is it?
Miss Hamilton, she's...
It was Mrs. Hamilton, all right. But she didn't look much like the dignified old lady I had met in your office 10 days before. Her high-piled white hair was hanging in 2 ratty pigtails. She was wearing a nurse's cape over a flannel hospital nightgown, and in her hand was a .32 caliber gun.
Mrs. Hamilton, why did you leave the nursing home?
You lied to me, Dr. Zoya. That place is nothing but an asylum.
Well, you know that isn't true. Come, give me the gun. You're tired. You must rest.
Yes. Now I can rest. I've killed her.
What? Miss Case, she's fainted. Get some water.
Let me see that gun. I'm going to Edith's place. Get an ambulance over there and don't stop to analyze anything. Edith was slumped forward over the piano keyboard. She was barely breathing. The old lady wasn't much of a hand with a gun. 4 of the slugs had punctured the big studio window. 1 had torn a flesh wound in her shoulder. The other had penetrated the right side, just below the rib cage, and there was not much bleeding at the wound of exit. Her face was pale and the skin cold to the touch. I gambled on a hunch she was suffering mainly from shock, moved her over to a couch, threw a blanket over her, and poured hot coffee into her. After a bit, her color started coming back. Then she opened her eyes.
Oh, I thought you went away. I must have dreamed it.
Lie still, Angel. Don't try to talk.
Oh, please, don't let them know what happened.
Take it easy. It's only the ambulance.
I've got to save Mother Hamilton. You see, I've got to get rid of that knife, and I can't let it hang.
I rode in the ambulance with her. She was still unconscious when they carried her into surgery. They told me she was out of danger. When they threw me out that night, I went back to her apartment. What she'd said about saving old Mrs. Hamilton and getting rid of the knife gave me a new slant on that confession I hadn't read. The pieces were still on the floor where I'd thrown them. It took me nearly an hour to put the jigsaw together, and when I did, it was still a puzzle. In her story of that morning 3 years ago, she confessed to finding the body before the official discovery, to hiding the knife and wiping the doorknobs and surfaces in the death room to get rid of fingerprints. She couldn't remember anything that had happened in the 8 hours between 1 a.m., when she had left her husband drinking in the library and gone upstairs to bed, and approximately 9 in the a.m., when she found herself standing over his body with a knife in her hand. I stretched out on the sofa to think it over, and then I drew a blank.
Spade, wake up.
What? How did you get in here?
Well, I've been reading that so-called confession. Very interesting. We must analyze it.
You analyze it. I'm going to call the hospital.
I've just come from there.
How is she?
Physically, nothing serious. Mentally, she's not so good. She keeps asking for you.
Yeah?
She thinks you can help her. It's definitely there, the delusion that she's in love with you.
What makes you so sure it's a delusion? Don't answer that. When can I see her?
Well, it's best that you wait until she comes home. That will be next Tuesday.
Look, you're supposed to be a first-class head doctor. Can't you cure this amnesia of Edith?
I thought I explained to you last night when we were discussing transfer.
Please, Dr. Zoya, please. I know you mean well, but don't. I beg of you.
Well, it's not important. When she gets to know you better, she will realize that her love for you is irrational. And then she will remember everything.
I kept myself busy like crazy until Edith checked out of the hospital. There wasn't much talk between us at first. Even her music was reticent, little rambling improvisations that sounded like children's songs or lullabies with something just a little acid mixed with their simplicity. Then as the days went by and her strength and confidence started to return, her music became serene and graceful. It became like her as she sat there at the piano in front of the big window with its afternoon sun streaming down on the San Francisco hilltops, while at the same time the April fog bank started its nightly prowl in through the Golden Gate. And that was like her, too, and like her music. Brilliant, but with a touch of melancholy. And then one day it was all warmth and brilliance, and she was smiling.
Sam?
Yeah, Angel.
I remember now.
So that's it.
I woke up this morning feeling so happy. And then I knew I was on the verge of it. Because I knew that however bad the truth might be, it was worth not remembering it. Even if I was a murderer, you'd rather know, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't.
Why? I thought I knew you so well. Darling, are you angry?
Yeah.
But at me?
Yes, you. The first time I came here, I tried to give you a fair warning. You should have figured the score when I told you I was a private detective. You'd even read the stories where in the end the detective doesn't have any choice but to turn in the beautiful dame, no matter what his personal feelings are. Maybe you didn't think they were true to life, or maybe you thought I was an exception to the rule because you are. Well, I'm not. Truth is, I was hired to get a confession out of you any way I could, and I think in the back of your mind you've known it all along. You want to have your confession, and eat it, too. You probably learned as a child that it's smarter to tell all and be patted on the back than to be found out and get spanked.
How can you be so smug and so self-satisfied and so... Whatever made me think I was in love with you? Just because you looked a little like someone who I...
Zoya was right. Only you thought you were kidding yourself, too. Zoya called it transference. I call it baloney. Goodbye.
You come back here. You can't just leave like...
And that, Dr. Zoya, is why I never heard her confession. It turned into a lover's quarrel. But I understand she paid $25 an hour to rattle it off to you. I have before me your telephonic message. I haven't had time to analyze it, but at first glance, I take it to mean that Edith was innocent of everything except destroying evidence. Motive, to spare her mother-in-law the anguish of knowing that her son was a suicide. I'm sorry, now that I know what her story was, that I didn't stay to hear her tell it. But that, as you would say, is not important. At least I cured her of that love delusion you were so worried about, even though it took a month to do it. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, sacrificing yourself so self-sacrificingly rather than shatter a mother's delusion.
Yeah, some other time, huh?
I'm sorry, Sam. I'll go type this up. Well, here it is, Sam. Sam, where did you go? Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart.
Sam, where did you go?
I'm downstairs in the bar.
Sam, there's so much noise on the line, I can't...
I'm drowning my sorrows.
Well, you don't need to shout. Oh, hold the line a minute. Yes? May I help you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was hoping I might find Mr. Spade in.
Hello?
Would you like to leave a message?
Oh, tell him Edith Hamilton called.
Oh. Ooh!
F, are you still on the phone?
Ooh. Oh, pardon me. Yes, dear?
What happened? Are you taking a bath?
Nothing at all. One moment, please. Miss Hamilton, I have him on the line. He's downstairs in the bar. And if you'll hurry, you can just catch him, I'm sure.
Oh, downstairs. Well, I will hurry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sam, are you still on the line?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Just go ahead and drown your sorrows. But don't get loaded. Good night, Sam.
Well, good night, sweetheart.
I'm going to take piano lessons.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.